it do, world? What do, world? Hey, ooh, I gotta sip this hot tea. We got tea today. Ooh, because it is getting spicy. It is getting sticky already, y'all. We just started. We off on the races, and we all in the Kentucky Derby, and everybody's catching up. Oh, we can't get out of the way. Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Oh, in first place, we have Daddy's Home. Oh, in first place, we have Daddy's Home. That's what he said. That's what he said. Pastor Byron, whatever. Yeah, shalom, everybody. Shalom, world. What's going on? What it do? What it do? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day for that neighbor. It's about to get real spicy and sticky out here. Well, as we all know, that I guess they said the daddy's home. Yep, they said the daddy's home, man. I'm telling you, it's about to kick off. People getting all up in their bridges. People are getting excited. People are ready. So we are going to keep it going, but got a lot to cover. So let's go ahead and hammer through. We have obviously we got number 47 back in office, Donald J. Trump. So yeah, it's about to be a time. I hope you're ready. Yep. But it's all good. It's all good.
America's coming.
$10. Inauguration 2025, making history for many reasons.
It's bone-chilling cold, man. I can't.
Minus 11 degrees Celsius, forcing the inauguration inside the Capitol Rotunda, where 600 could see it live. Thousands more stood on the National Mall.
Let us remember.
Watching the oaths on their phones and seeing government change.
I think not being in the minority of opinion as far as politically, it feels good to be able to say, yes, we're bringing back things that make sense.
Tim Wasson is thinking ahead for Vice President J.D. Vance.
Everything I've read and everything I believe in my heart believes 4 years from right now, he'll be our next president.
Andrew Danoon brought his whole family here, despite voting independent all his life.
I've voted both sides of the aisle, libertarian a lot, but a lot of the policies and things that Trump speaks about kind of endears us, as a family.
It's a good time for us to start having discussions in our house about, I don't want to enforce my beliefs on my children, but I want to explain to them why I feel maybe more conservative on this aspect or why I feel more liberal on that aspect.
Since their marching in the parade was canceled, this choir from Louisiana roved around the capital city. Among the flurry of revisions that occurred Friday because of the weather, one thing didn't change: security. There are 25,000 law enforcement officers in this town, and the 48 kilometers of fencing still stands.
You gotta go back the other way.
Supporters crowded closed checkpoints at the arena where President Donald Trump was to speak to a crowd of 20,000. Many of them had left behind backpacks and purses to be allowed in.
It doesn't matter, Trump's the president now, so everything's all right.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
The first indoor inauguration in 40 years. More security than any inauguration. Donald Trump, a president serving non-consecutive terms. And at 78, he is the oldest president. All now inauguration history. Carolyn.
Ooh-wee. It's that time, folks. It's that time. Yes, it is definitely that time.
Do you want to get...
We have Mr. Guy right here.
Do not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring rain from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day. All of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last.
I'm screaming. I'm screaming.
Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
I need you to do me a favor right now. I need you to go buy the official Lorenzo Sewell coin. I want you to be able to see politics become manifest, not just in a way where we're praying over political gatherings, but where we're seeing us become the hands and the feet of the Lord Jesus Christ. Would you help me? Would you help us in this endeavor? Would you go and purchase the coin in order for us to do what we need to do in the ministry? We do transportation, housing, education. We heal medical, mental, and dental illnesses. I need you to do me a favor and go and get that coin in order for us to accomplish the vision that God has called us to do in the earth. I give God glory for what he has done, but we know that King's dream can only be fulfilled if we acknowledge that people are living in a nightmare.
Yes. The supermarket sweeps is in full effect, people. The supermarket sweeps is in full effect. You're seeing people grabbing the turkeys, grabbing the ham, the ground beef, all of the products running up and down the aisles. Everybody's just all on a shopping spree right now. Do this, do that. In the name of this, in the name of that, the Blassels, the Vassals, the Jews and Gentiles, and all the people who have just been disrespectful and disgraceful to many, many, many of the truths by still perpetuating the lies that have not helped or benefit. And people are going to swallow all of this stuff up. People get moved when they're in the moment. And so, yes, very, very persuasive, very, charming on the front, but this is the year of the snake oil salesman. This is the year where all will be revealed. I hope you guys really understand what is being shown. Well, let's look at this. Men who are charming on the surface but manipulative underneath usually display these 7 subtle red flags. Many of us have encountered men who seem incredibly charming at first, but as we get to know them better, their manipulative tendencies start to surface. These individuals have mastered the art of hiding their true intentions behind the veil of charm and charisma. It's a tricky situation to navigate, especially when the manipulative behaviors are subtle and not immediately obvious. However, certain signs can help you identify if someone is truly charming or merely disguising their manipulative nature. In the following section, we will delve into 7 subtle red flags often displayed by men who seem charming on the surface but are in fact manipulative underneath. This will equip you with the knowledge you need to protect yourself and maintain healthy relationships. So what's the first subtle red flag? That is seemingly charming man is actually a manipulator. And let's dig in and find out. They never take responsibility. One of the most common red flags when dealing with a manipulative individual is their persistent avoidance of responsibility. They have a knack for twisting situations in their favor, making it seem like they are never at fault. For example, they might forget to call when they said they would, but somehow manage to make you feel guilty for being upset about it. They may say things like, I was busy, you should understand, or you always expect too much from me. This isn't just about dodging blame. It's a subtle way of undermining your feelings and making you second guess your reactions. This tactic is manipulative because it makes you feel like you're the one who always wrong or overreacting when which can chip away at your self-esteem over time. They gaslight you. Gaslighting is a manipulative tactic where a person causes someone to question their own perception or of reality, memory, or sanity. This is a common technique used by manipulators to gain power and control over their victims. A manipulative man or woman might deny saying something hurtful to you, even when you clearly remember the conversation. He may brush it off as you misunderstood or you're being overly sensitive. Over time, this kind of behavior can make you doubt your own memory and judgment. Gaslighting can be very subtle and insidious, making it hard to recognize. However, if you find yourself instantly questioning your own memory or sanity around a particular person, you're likely being gaslighted. In a healthy relationship, communication is open and honest. Both parties respect each other's perceptions and feelings. If you notice that a man often makes you question your own experiences or recollections, consider it as a red flag or for manipulative behavior. They use guilt to control you. Another subtle sign of a manipulative man or woman is the tendency to use guilt as a tool for control. He or she may make you feel guilty for things that you have no control over or simply expressing your feelings and needs. A manipulator might say, I can't believe you would do this to me, or you're being selfish when you stand up for yourself or assert your boundaries. This is a way of shifting the blame onto you and manipulating you into feeling guilty for his or her discomfort or unhappiness. That's deep. They use guilt because it's an effective way to control your behavior and decisions. By making you feel guilty, he can pressure you into doing what he wants while making it seem like you're the one who's at fault. It's okay to have needs and boundaries. It's not your responsibility to manage someone else's emotions. If a man frequently uses guilt to influence your actions. Hold on one second. Oh, wrong one. Okay. If a man frequently uses your guilt to influence your actions, it's a clear red flag of manipulation. They subtly erode your self-esteem. Manipulative men or women often use subtle tactics to erode your self-esteem. They do this because when your self-confidence is low, you are more likely to depend on them for validation and less likely to question their behavior. This erosion of self-esteem can take many forms. It may be constant criticism, even if it is disguised as just joking or constructive criticism. It could also be comparing you unfavorably to others or belittling your achievements. Yeah, for instance, a manipulator may say, you did a good job, but it's not as good as Sarah did. This kind of backhanded compliment can make you feel inferior and doubt your abilities. Remember, a healthy relationship should build you up, not tear you down. If you notice that a man or woman often makes comments or behaves in ways that make you feel less confident or valuable, it's a significant red flag of manipulative behavior. They isolate you from your support system. Manipulative men or women often try to isolate you from your support system, which typically includes your friends and family. They do this to gain more control over you and to reduce the likelihood of others noticing and challenging their manipulative behavior. This isolation can be subtle. They can start by frequently criticizing the people you are close to, making you doubt those relationships. They could also monopolize your time, making it difficult for you to maintain your other relationships. A manipulator might say something like, I just think you spend too much time with your friends and not enough time with me. This not only isolates you, but also makes you feel guilty for wanting to spend time with others. They are overly charming. While it might seem counterintuitive, excessive charm can actually be a red flag for manipulation. Manipulative men or women often use their charm to disarm you, making it harder for you to recognize their manipulative tactics. They can be incredibly engaging, attentive, and flattering. They may shower you with compliments, gifts, and gestures of love. However, this charm can often serve as a smokescreen to hide their true intentions. They might surprise you with the romantic dinner after a fight, drawing your attention away from the issue at hand. While it might feel good at the moment, it's important to remember that true apologies involve acknowledging wrongdoing and making amends, not just distracting with charm. Yep, that's the one. They play hot and cold. The final red flag to watch for is for inconsistent behavior, often called the hot and cold tactic. One minute they might be showering you with affection and attention. The next they might be distant and dismissive. This inconsistency can leave you feeling confused and anxious. You might find yourself walking on eggshells, but you're never quite sure which version you'll get. Manipulators deliberately use this tactic to keep you off balance. They might be incredibly attentive one day, making you feel loved and cherished. Then you might become distant and the next day, leaving you wondering what you did wrong. This can create a cycle in which you constantly seek their approval and validation. Handling manipulative behavior. Recognizing the red flags of manipulative behavior is the first step. The next crucial step is learning how to handle these situations effectively. It's important to remember that you are not responsible for someone else's manipulative behavior. It's their choice. It's their choice. It's their choice. And they must be the ones to make the necessary changes. However, there are ways you can protect yourself and maintain your well-being. Establish clear boundaries. Define what is acceptable behavior and what isn't. Communicate your boundaries clearly and stand firm when they are tested. Trust your intuition. Trust your gut. If something doesn't feel right, your feelings are valid and you don't need to justify them to anyone. Seek your support. Reach out to trusted friends, family members, or a mental health professional. They can provide perspective, support, and advice in dealing with a manipulative individual. Remember, you deserve to be treated with respect and kindness. Don't let anyone make you feel otherwise. Selah, so be it. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that one's deep. That one's deep. Because it's not just men and women, but we're in a time where, like I said, people are going to be pushing all of their chips forward on their patterns, their behaviors, their vices, their temptations, and all of this must be in control and being able to let go. I know from a lot of this, I can definitely say I've been on the bouncing ball of damn near all of it. Have I gotten myself out of a lot of that stupidity? Yes. And being able to mentally and emotionally become more responsible and a lot more, aware and accountable. Like those things are very important, So when I see things like that, it's like, you get these folks starting to pop back up now. There's the year the snake oil salesman is very alive within the year of the snake. That's what's really coming down to now. It's going to be an interesting time to be seeing how all of this plays out, how everybody's coming together. But like I said, you're seeing the amount of calamities that are going on everywhere around the world. The amount of calamities you got church and state coming together and like they boot up. They prom king and prom queen. All of a sudden, church and state, they all boot up. They all boot up. They have the hip with it right now. But now we're starting to watch all of the people grandstand. You're starting to see all of the influence of people, the celebrities, the people that are starting to go way out of their way. It's literally a billionaire ego trip. This is the worldwide insecurity temperature check.
Do you want to get...
It's literally. That's Mark Zuckerberg. That's Jeff Bezos. That's his lady next to him. New lady, I believe. I don't think it was the old one. So, but you got scandal at the top ranks of everybody. You got all these billionaires who are jockeying for an ego position.
The Bible that was given to her husband by his mother, and the one that was used by.
Did y'all just see that?
The Bible that was given to her husband by his mother, and the one that was used by.
That was very impressive and aggressive. You came with you said that with your chest, homie. Wasn't that a hell all Hitler, huh? All hell Hitler? Was I tripping? I hope that everybody else caught that, because I think I did not miss that. Did that look like? Am I tripping? Mm-hmm. I showed that because that is this is the Avengers assembling. They know they smell something in the air. They know that they have no time left. And you're seeing the grouping of every single backing. Everybody is literally showing themselves. This is the year where everybody is literally showing how they feel, what they want to do. Yeah.
你有什么事吗？没事，我就说你在拍抖音。对呀，可以啊，不能拍吗？发誓。当然可以啊，我拍我自己，我又不是来拍你，是不是 ？Purchasing things and buying things in the market. 你有什么事吗？你个 issue？ 你有什么事吗？没事，我就说你在拍抖音。对呀，可以啊，不能拍吗？发誓。For those of you who realized the man at the very beginning tried to be kind of unfriendly because he said, "What is that black guy doing here?" And I think that wasn't so friendly, like a way of speaking. And you know, the reason I actually say this is that, like, you have to know that you can never be given candy by everyone. You can never be given candy by everyone.
That's facts, brother. Brother, thank you for saying that. I didn't expect you to say that, but that was like well said. Thank you. And for us to be well equipped and well versed, and I can appreciate this brother being well educated and well versed to be able to carry himself in all lands.
People who just want to, who just dislike you for some reasons. What I continuously preach on my video is that you have to develop that level of confidence.
Facts.
The level of confidence that you don't give a, you don't care about what the haters say, you know, and even when you are the only person who is so different in any society that you find yourself in, be it color, be it language, be it anything, you just don't care about. Hey, 你好，你好。你在搞直播吗？对，就是直播，记录一下生活。哦，你们是这边本地人吧？我不是的，我是外地。你是外地来的。觉得成都这边怎么样？可以吧？不吃苦。生活比较安逸吧？也可以。你们是哪个城市的？我是内江的。内江。 哦，内江我听说过，离成都不远嘛。
没不远。
对，就是附近城市。哦，不错不错不错。
买的菜自己弄啊？
对，我们买菜回去。我们今天过圣诞节嘛，相当于这是你们的过年差不多。对，所以买一些东西回去做。
你在成都留学啊？你在成都留学啊？
以前留学，现在没有了。
现在在成都工作？
没有工作，反正就是平时玩玩吧。好，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜。西双版纳。
哦，西双版纳可以啊，
西双版纳好玩。
西双版纳你们非洲
我没去过。
热没有？
啊？
你们非洲热不热？
那里比我们国家热。
那也热啊。
比我们国家。非洲其他地方可能要更热。
And you see how you stereotype, oh, it's something like, oh, it's hot as Africa. Like, what makes you think I'm like, it's yeah. I can appreciate that call out.
我们国家不热。
哦，你们国家不热？
我们国家最热的时候28度。
哦，那可以。西双版纳相当在30多度。
对，西双版纳好爽，好玩。
美女多啊。
美女多，是的。
I can appreciate that. So that's why I'm learning Spanish, Chinese, Mandarin, and French. You know, Spanish, Chinese, and French. At least starting out with those. But you're seeing people, you know, under their tongue, under their breath, under the symbolism and the all hails, the Hitlers, and all of these things. Everything's being revealed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all being revealed, how people feel, and they're not holding back. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's good. Keep doing that.
A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And we will restore.
She laughing her ass off. She laughing. She is, man, Hillary. And it just, I know it just felt bad for Kamala to be there because she just felt like Rodney Dangerfield. She ain't getting no love from nobody. They was blocking her out in all the shots. Yeah, Bill just looked like he's getting hit with selective dementia, you know. But yeah, Hillary Clinton looked like an evil bunny rabbit. Like if he was on some really good acid, like her face. You want to play a game?
Of a great president.
Yes, it's going down, everybody. But, you know, hey, to each his own. We seeing the rise of everything, and we just can't put it to the side. This is American crime going on, and they're already releasing people that were a part of the January 6th insurrection. You know, all of these different things. It's not going away, you know. But just as much as the craziness outside, that circus, you got. The bear had him a snack. There is a large influx of animal attacks everywhere. So I didn't know there was a bear out there. Like, where does Winnie the Pooh come out of? You know, it's really like that. You know, so hey, the animals is like, we're not going to take it no more. We're not going to take it. No, we're not going to take it. So yeah, it's definitely going on. Just as much as it's going on here, it's going on around the world. I haven't even gotten to the world yet, but yes, it is a lot going on. Oh, let's go here. Well, we'll go there in a minute, but I definitely got a bunch of these videos I just want to hammer through, but let me get these out of the way because we are in a crime spree. We're in crime central right now. So but you got everybody who is jockeying for position, especially all these billionaires. You're seeing all these billionaires jockeying for position. And it's just weird. It's just weird. You know, all profits is coming to come into pass. The weather is still doing and being what it is. So let's go ahead and run down a bunch of these. Get you guys taken care of.
A former Cleveland County Sheriff's deputy has had another change of heart about his guilty plea for his wife's murder.
Talking about Vaughn Cannon. He was back in court today in Canadian County. He was expected to ask a judge to withdraw his earlier plea of guilty to not guilty, but changed his mind.
Last month, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole for the 2023 murder of his wife, Jordan Pyle, a fellow Cleveland County deputy. News 4's Adria Goins was in the courtroom and has new information.
Now with the decision, attorneys telling me Vaughn Cannon is out of time to try another appeal of his guilty plea. Jordan Pyle's family telling me after the ruling, they now have a sense of closure.
Our family has been put through hell, just to put it plainly, and we're tired. We're tired.
Jordan.
Ooh, wait. I'm so tired of being alone. I'm so tired of being alone. I'm so tired of being alone. Help me, God. I'm so tired of. I'm so weary. I'm so tired. Ooh, yeah. I was tired, boss. I was tired of this.
Father Rusty Pyle says the family feared the worst when Cannon asked a judge to allow his guilty plea to be withdrawn.
So we were looking at, maybe as much as 2 or 3 years down the road before this was done.
Cannon initially entered a not guilty plea after he was arrested for killing Jordan at their home in 2023. In September, he switched his plea to guilty. Shortly after he was sentenced to life in prison without parole in December, he changed his mind again. Cannon sent a letter to a Canadian County judge before a 10-day deadline, requesting to switch his plea back to not guilty.
What's all these scratch marks in the back? Who's been back there scratching all of this? That's crazy. I just noticed that. I don't know. You got people trying to attack the judge. Yeah, I guess it's really real out there. But for them to be jumping, this is the punishment. There's no exemptions, y'all. That's why I'm showing this. There's no exemptions. Him and his lady was a cop. Now that's 2 cops off of the force. You see what I'm saying? The numbers are drastically dwindling in all capacities. There are spirits that are whispering in these folks' ear right now. Got them confessing the crimes. Got them confessing to the horrible sick stuff they're doing. It is whisper time right now. It's yin yang twins and let me whisper in your ear. Let me tell you something here. I don't know.
But standing before the judge Tuesday, he withdrew his decision.
Actually, we had anticipated this just being one more step in the step of many to come, and we were kind of shocked that just all of a sudden he decided to withdraw his request, to change his plea.
If Cannon decides to continue the court process, he could enter a post-conviction appeal, something that rarely is granted. For now, Jordan's family can finally find relief in what's been a trying and troubling year.
Maybe we can relax a little bit now. We keep
No, you can't relax. You can't relax because now your home has a tree in the inside of the house now that fell on the bed or fell on your lazy boy. It's that time of the season, so there is no relaxing. You got to go back to work. You got to worry about fire insurance now. You got to worry about flood insurance. You got to worry about this and that. You got a lot on y'all plate. They are exhausted and burnt out. That man ain't got no sleep. Going in and out of they're having to go in and out of every one of their systems in a perpetual loop that is daunting and draining and exhausting. That's what I'm looking at. You're hopping out of one system to try to get help for another system, but that other system is draining your pockets too, because they all saying that, hey, I can confidently help you and take care of you. Look at the insurance companies. Biggest Ponzi scheme in the history of America. In the history of things. You guys put so much emphasis onto all of you guys' systems. Now your systems are short-circuiting and turning and falling and failing on you right now, to where now you are all caught up in your own processes right now. And you're not being able to wiggle out, because not only did that not wiggle out, now you're traumatized, you're triggered. You're like, there's no rest for the wicked. There truly is not. You are on a treadmill on speed number 15. And brother, it looked like you ain't been on no treadmill in a minute. So that's why I could see, I'm so tired, boss. I'm so tired. Oh man, you're seeing the change You're seeing the change, y'all. I have to show you this in its proper perspective.
Dollars from a local teachers union they both worked for are pleading not guilty. The two appeared before a judge this morning. According to prosecutors, the former president and the vice president of Duval Teachers United got the money by selling back leave time they had not accrued or earned.
They even stealing from the kids. They don't care. There's no hustler's remorse. Your own Ouroboros, your own snake is eating you. It's the year of eating yourself. This is literally the year of it's eating itself right now, y'all. This is the Ouroboros. This is the lucky year. This is the year of the 9 and the 7. And it's flipping back on itself. 9 plus 7 is 16. 6 plus 1 is 7. It's just flipping back. It's an interesting luck of the draw. You thinking you're hitting the lottery jackpot and you ending up with snake eyes. And now you got people doing everything desperately outside of who are you outside of your badge? Money makes you more the person that you already was. So people are trying to con and scheme and do everything they can to get away with not actually having any true integrity have any true work ethic. Could nobody, any job that I worked for, could ever say I didn't have no great work ethic. Can nobody, if anybody did, they was lying and bullshit and they was a hater. Always had to work 2 times harder to have the reward. And then you got people who can sit here and do this.
Teachers Union. They sold it back for 9 years. News Tax reporter Khalil Maycock is
9 years. You can't make this stuff up. You can't.
new information from today's federal court hearing.
Friday afternoon, Terry Brady and her attorneys walked out of federal court.
Do you guys have anything to say about the indictment? Because I know she's part of the DTU, and as someone who mentioned it
today, but thank you.
Will you guys be making any comment in the time soon?
Get back to you.
Brady and the woman in this blurry video, who is Ruby George, pleaded not guilty to stealing millions from Duval Teachers United. Earlier this week, Brady's attorney, Hank Cox, provided a statement saying, "She has been applauded as an advocate for our local teachers and quality education. Ms. Brady accurately reported her compensation to the federal government in her tax returns. Brady is the former president of DTU and George is the former vice president. According to this indictment, both conspired to steal over $2.5 million from the union between 2013 and 2022.
Wow.
They're accused of selling back leave time to DTU they hadn't accrued or earned. So how is it these two were able to hide such an activity from an organization that goes through audits? The indictment says Brady and George would and did sign each other's unaccrued and unearned leave buyback checks, such that the secretary and treasurer did not see the issued checks. In court Friday morning, the federal prosecutor noted how a grand jury indicted Brady on 14 charges and George on 12. Both Brady and George face charges of conspiracy, wire fraud, and mail fraud, with each count carrying a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison. Brady is also charged.
Oof. Oof. You see what I feel? Ooh, they getting stretched, y'all. They getting stretched. They in them yoga. They in that hot yoga. They in that goat yoga. That goat yoga just sitting there just stomping all on that ass.
Charged with 2 counts of money laundering. The judge is allowing both women to remain free on bond. They were required to surrender their passports. Cleo Maycock, Channel 4, The.
That is just very interesting that you're seeing how much the shame is coming out, for one, but the amount of people accumulating, assembling together to try to protect each other's narratives. It's like your enemies on the same team, and you're on the same team of enemies. It's just a weird conversation. Yeah. There goes that number. There goes that number 7. I'm telling you, this is the year of the snake oil salesman. They only thinking it's a jackpot, and it really is snake eyes. Oh, loser on the table. Better luck next time. Oh, Harry, did you just spend all of our mortgage money? Oh, I hate you. Yeah, it's gonna be like that type of party. That's the American crime that's going on right now on so many different levels. That's why you see people so quiet and silent. It's so quiet and silent. Yeah, just got away with so much crime. Literally that. Let me get away with so much crime. All kind of white collar crime, yo.
He arraigned in February on drug charges, including possession of cocaine and methamphetamines. On Thursday night, Rockford police stopped a car with 2 people inside in the area of 11th Street and Pershing Avenue. Investigators say they found drugs inside the car. Pop first appeared in court Friday afternoon.
There's Jacob. There's that 2 and that 9. So, what did you want to be when you wanted to grow up, Jacob? I wanted to be a thug. I wanted to be a thug. That's what it came down to be.
Here, Gallatin police just arrested this man after they say he harassed several state senators and representatives. Special agents with Tennessee Homeland Security served warrants to Christopher Faust. They didn't go into detail about the harassment or about who specifically was targeted.
Oh no, it didn't go through. Oh. But that's one of those crimes. It didn't show up right now. It just kind of froze on me real quick. But yeah, that's one of the detailed crimes that are going on right now. You just can't. They're not. They're going to stop all that threatening, political, people now. They're going to stop all that. Trump got shot at twice, allegedly. You think he ain't about to I'm an example of the crime against the church and state, because I'm Jesus. I'm the real Jesus on here because that's what they're gonna be doing. It's frigid everywhere too. It sure is. Tell him, lady. You tell him, Powder. But no, I just wanted to go back to that. At least show his face.
Gallatin police just arrested this man after they say
Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson. Shalom, everybody. Homer Simpson over here threatening everybody. That's what's going on right now. They're not going to get away with these crimes. You're not going to be saying anything online thinking that, oh, it's freedom of speech. Yeah, they want you to say what you want to say so they can be able to get you, what is it, entrapment? Literally dry snitching on your damn self. It's going down. They're like, come on, everybody, come on forward. Oh, what happened? Oh, hold on 1 second. Video went away. But the white collar, the blue collar crime.
Justice now. When you killed my daughter, a part of me that day died too. 3 lives taken and 22 years behind bars. Justice now years in the making in a deadly wrong-way crash. A judge handing down the punishment for the man who hit and killed a group of GCU students in October of 2022. Almost 2 years later, he pleaded guilty. But sentencing was
Men like that are possessed. Something happened during that time.
When a judge suddenly recused herself. Us live as the family finally finds steps toward justice and closure. Adam?
There wasn't a minute where we weren't seeing somebody begin to cry. You could hear sniffles throughout the courtroom, maybe a creak of a chair when somebody was reaching for a tissue. A highly emotional day in court. And at times, we saw the victims' families address the defendant, Vincent Acosta, directly, saying that he's actually not a man. He is a boy for not taking full responsibility for his actions that day in 2022. Photos of the young women were playing in front of Acosta throughout today's hearing. Families said no sentence will bring these girls back, but they said there needs to be justice. That justice came in the form of a 22-year sentence handed down by the judge. The defendant will have 2 years credit.
And just all of these twos, it's just you're getting that signify to me you're getting double for your trouble. That's what signifies to me, is that you're getting double for your troubles. You like that now. They're becoming a pain in the ass in their own communities now. So it's like they're double punishing their own because they're like, you should know better. Shame on you. You see how they disgruntled and like disheartened they looked and feel about, oh, like, really, we gotta go through this. Oh my goodness, you're messing up the image.
Already served. The families also said they wanted to see change, not only for there to be faster trials in the future, but they want to see that there's no way a wrong-way crash like this can happen again.
And something has to change. It shouldn't take 3 girls going to watch the sunrise. It shouldn't take that. That's what this case is about. Yes, he was also impaired, but there were 6 signs. Have you been to that exit where he went on? There's 6 signs that say do not enter. There are yellow and white lines on the opposite side. He drove into traffic. He never should have made it on that road.
Now, as you were saying, this is the second time that we have heard from these victims' families addressing a judge. The first time the judge did recuse herself after we learned that she didn't agree or really feel comfortable with the 18 to 22 year plea agreement sentencing that was made prior. Now, we are starting to learn more also about these young women through today. Family and friends describing them as full of life, bonded together by their pure joy of helping others. Katie?
Adam,
It's taking out everybody's investment. Like, they've invested so much into their prize, the kids, that's why I'm like, hey, we're in judgment, your kids are being taken out because of what your forefathers did. Literally, this is the firstborn and taking of the firstborns in Egypt because you didn't want to let my people go. You see what I'm saying? All of this is coming back full circle, and it's biting you in a way that it's creating a ripple effect amongst all. All are being affected. Everybody's bonding together with this trauma, getting used and accustomed to it. Like, you're suffering too. I'm suffering too. You just can't tell each other just to, get over it, because their trauma is just as bad as their other friends and partners and co-workers' trauma as well. So the leveling out of neutrality, of the sympathy for this, it's doling itself out to where now it's becoming to where we now have no sympathy for what you're going through or how you feel. If you have done something wrong, then you deserve to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, as much as it was just like, oh, we're in the blessing, we can get away with these things. But no, now it's coming full circle that, hey, this stuff is catching up to folks. You just can't get away with what you thought you can get away with before. So it's a whole new world. It's a whole new world.
The U.S. Department of Justice says that Idaho has violated federal civil rights laws in its treatment of people with physical disabilities. According to federal investigators, the state is unnecessarily forcing adults with disabilities into nursing homes when many could have been living independently with proper support services. The Justice Department says this violates the Americans with Disabilities Act. The investigation found that Idaho does offer home-based care programs, but the programs are limited. The findings have been delivered to Idaho Governor Brad Little, with federal authorities now expecting the state to address these violations and expand access to community-based services.
See, now this reminds me of the movie I Care a Lot on Netflix. Literally does. Because now it's like you're squeezing out the last of the orange juice out of the people who do have some type of money or funds. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're squeezing out the last of these people and, pumping them with this, pumping them with that, and it's another form of American crime that's going on right now, where it's a shopping spree because there is a large portion of baby boomers that are, it's like their aging has gotten sped up drastically. And the effectiveness of being able to reverse that has been irreversible now at this point. So now you're just looking at a whole drowning pool of baby boomers feeding off of each other as they're going down on the Titanic, and then when I look at my brothers and sisters, and it's like, that's not happening with our brothers and sisters. Like, you're actually getting healthier and getting stronger, and skin looking radiant and looking beautiful as you age. The more you cut out and the more you take care of yourself and fast and all of these things. So, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to see.
To see more patients with cold-related injuries this weekend. If exposed to the elements for an extended period of time, experts say this weather can be life-threatening. A recent study published by the Journal of American Medical Association showed cold-related deaths have increased. Researchers looked at data from the CDC and found that the number of deaths in which cold weather was an underlying or a contributing cause more than doubled between 1999 and 2022. The study found that cold-related death rates were highest among minority populations and people 75 and older. Researchers, like those at UC Health, believe the deaths have grown because people are not as used to extreme winter weather, which impacts the body's response.
Especially living in Colorado, we're so accustomed to these amazing, temperatures and being outside in the sun that normally we can tolerate being out in the cold when the sun's out. But with these temperatures, it won't really happen. So a lot of people are unprepared for what they're exposed to.
Researchers.
Unprepared, literally that. Everybody's saying exactly what it really is right now. There's no holding no punches back. There's there's straight no chaser. It is straight no chaser. You're catching many people who are unprepared, thrown off course. The last 5 years have thrown so many people off course. It don't matter where you were talking. This lady talking about from Denver. I can sit here and go down to every city in every state and showcase to you the same exact things. This is happening on a massive wave of a scale where it is swarming every single one of these communities everywhere, from Portland, Washington, Idaho. We just said Idaho. Wyoming. Denver. Utah. The list goes on all the way to Maine, where ain't no black people out there damn near. So yes, you have a major wave of things happening where people are completely caught off guard, unprepared, undisciplined, wild and undisciplined.
That displaced 8 families in Long Beach has been ruled an accident.
It's been 2 weeks since the flames tore through one building at Hampton House on Beatline Road. Destiny Polster spoke with one resident today who says the tragedy brought neighbors closer together.
You know, people had mentioned, I've been here 12 years and there's never been a fire. And it's like, I move in a month and then like everything's gone.
Daisy Wood sits.
Damn. You ain't getting there ain't no rest for the wicked. I'm telling you, that's crazy. Is that a Bible she's reading? No, that ain't no Bible. Just as they all are trying to prepare their plans, go on their trips, vacations, investments, just whatever they thought they had popping or had going on, it's epically falling apart. It's failing. You go on a vacation, your damn car breaks down on the side of the road, or you get a busted tire. Like, these are the things that I'm seeing that are happening for real. People's money they're getting robbed. They're getting janked by every single business. Like, it's much more expensive just to even do or go anywhere. So now you got people at home, and then when they're at home, you got a tree that falls through your damn roof. So where you gonna go? You there's nowhere you can go. What, you gonna go to a mobile home? The mobile homes are catching on fire too. What, you gonna get a tiny home? The CES didn't sit there and made all of these cute little smart homes that's gonna blow away like the Wicked Witch of the West. Come on, y'all.
In her new apartment, marking her Bible. Only this is her second new apartment in the last month.
It was a Bible.
Few yards over, the unit where she fled now burnt and boarded up.
After my mom had probably spent close to $10,000 furnishing it for me and my children to have new things that we really needed.
Was that a rainbow? Was that a rainbow? Am I tripping? Huh? No, that's the water. That's the spray. I really try to catch up.
And it had only been a month. She had bought that all within the month.
With no renter's insurance, Wood called.
Like I said, everybody's going all out on what they're doing, and it's literally snake eyes every time. They're getting on the table, they think they're getting hot, somebody on the table hot, and they just, you know what, I'm betting the mortgage, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and they pull the trigger, and it's literally Russian roulette. And they're the ones that's catching the bullet. Every time. Look at it. It is happening every time. The lady just said a month that they just got everything. She is in disbelief. She cannot believe that. She can't sit here and boo-hoo to her friend over in Colorado. Why? Because they got it bad over there too. Her friend in Colorado can't boo-hoo about it because her friend in Ohio got it bad too. It's bouncing, it's Bluetooth bouncing everywhere.
Calls it a total loss, but something she's gained is an outpouring of support in the friendly city.
I'm taking everything that I can, even if I don't need it or the clothes don't fit, because I'm trying to separate it and help the other families as well, because they have absolutely nothing and they are really struggling too.
When the fire broke out,
it's going to be an exhausting juggle of resources bouncing between. It's like a game of tennis, or what is that, pickleball, ping pong ball, bouncing, and each time you bounce it and hit it, you lose a piece. You lose a piece on the other side, and then you just keep losing until you literally have nothing to bounce between each other. And then you're like, hey, I can't give you nothing. Well, if you can't give me nothing, I'm going to take it from you. That's what it gets to. That's what it's always turned into, is that barbarism. It's turned into that barbarism. As much as you're sitting here grandstanding, trying to create a beautiful narrative and presentation. Oh, the neighbors came together, all this stuff. Wait until the neighbors actually lose their shit too. And they're like, you know what? Hey, I need to actually take that step back. We actually need it. My bad. I didn't mean to give it to you. We actually really need it. Well, I'm using it right now. Well, I know you're using it right now, but it really is mine. Well, I know it's yours, but you did give it to me. I don't care if I gave it to you. Give it back. No, I'm not giving it to you. Give it back. Give it back. Look at, that's going to be the cycle.
Wood was at home with her 3 children when her daughter said she saw fire dripping from above. She says no smoke alarms were going off.
The first thing we did.
All of the kids are damaged and traumatized now at this point. Look how many of us had to go see the LA riots. See, Rodney King get beat up. Or how about the little girl that got shot in the Korean liquor store? What about Trayvon Martin? My nephew had to see that. And I walked around people who said that he just, y'all said the most disgusting stuff during that time. And I ain't trying to be no pity for all of this right now. It's just like, this is just what it is. This is the news. This is the judgments. All I'm doing is showing you my investigative analysis and showcasing to you that, hey, this is just not one-off of an incident.
When we got into the new apartment was teach my children how to open up the windows, which they didn't know how to do before, to get out, because it made me realize how easily you could be trapped in your room.
And all of these apartments are built like that. All of these apartments are built like that, to where if something was to happen, you can't even get out. You stuck in it. You're done. You're gone. That's what they are setting up. All of these people that get away with bloody murder, charging you hella rent, and can't even fix your water pipe. Can't even clean out the pool. So yeah, over here getting robbed from coast to coast.
Wood's decision to stay at the Hampton house comes from the newfound sense of community from her neighbors. She adds that God has helped guide her in learning to let go of her material items. In Long Beach.
Oh, wow. That God helped you to let go. Unfortunately, a lot of people in Pacific Palisades couldn't say the same thing. And they were crying tears. They were shedding big boo-hoos. This is what it's coming down to. That money ain't hitting like it used to. Them good times ain't hitting like it used to. It's tragedy. It's horror right now that's hitting. Just like it's getting hit.
Car crash in Colombia. You probably saw that video online, and now there is a new twist in the case.
Yeah, it is quite the twist, Stephanie. The parent who was hit by the car, he has been arrested. Police accusing him of being the initial aggressor. Your reporter Dylan Fearon joins us live in studio to break it down for us. Dylan, this is pretty stunning.
Well, Brian, Stephanie, for police to actually charge the parent, they believe it's another example of an out-of-control parent upset after a youth sporting event. This all happened at a girls' basketball game for 3rd and 4th graders at the Horace Porter School. Here are the mugshots of the 2 people arrested. First, basketball coach Brian Baez-Rivera. He hit parent Jason Serpenen with his car. Baez-Rivera was coaching for a youth team out of Wyndham. Serpenen's daughter was on the opposing team.
The amount of emotional investment that these folks have gotten into, it's like they're doing fantasy stats on 3rd and 4th grade girls. Like, that's how much people are struggling with their, vices and 7 deadly sins. Literally lust and greed, and you got people just gambling all day, every day. It's crazy.
The 2 were arguing after the game in the parking lot. There had also been a back and forth between their own children beforehand. The coach, Baez-Rivera, claimed as he was driving out of the parking lot.
He was on the street like Tiananmen Square. He thought that he was not going to get ran over. You got to get out of the way. These bones is not as strong as this bumper. You got hit like a ping pong pin. Yeah, a bowling ball pin. It's crazy, man. Like, the amount of aggression right now. That's why it's like, being out and driving, people cutting you off, veering off, cussing you out. People are under the influence of all substances. People are under the influence. These folks is arguing in their cars, it's all type of stuff. Aggression, driving crazy, mad. It's a madhouse out here. So being able to stay put, get on a bicycle, get a helmet, walk. I'm thankful for my legs. I walked a great distance today. I don't know how many steps I took today, but it just felt good in my whole body and my whole spirit to let the sun just bask on me. I encourage all my brothers and sisters out there to get out and walk. If it's right down the street, if it's anything in your vicinity, get out and walk. You're going to feel so much better and so much like relieved that, and it's going to help you sleep. It's going to help you rest and relax because you didn't walked out any stress that may be in your body or in your mind. Walk it out, run it out, jog it out, whatever you got to do, stretch it out. Get back limber. Get back in the shape. Give yourself the best chance you can give yourself. For real.
Serpentine cut him off, ran in front of his car, yelling. Byers Rivera claims he couldn't stop in time because it was icy. Serpentine is okay after taking that hit.
He couldn't stop in time because he was speeding up. He couldn't stop in time because he was speeding up. Oh my God. He had nothing to do with the ice. He could have been stopped. That sounded like Shaggy. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Can you call me in the shower? It wasn't me.
He turned himself in on Thursday on a breach of peace charge. He paid the $5,000 bond and was released. The coach, Byers Rivera, was charged with risk of injury to a minor because his kids were in the car when it crashed. He was also charged with breach of peace, assault, and reckless endangerment. His bond also set at $5,000. He paid it as well and is free tonight. They'll both be in court later this month over in Rockville. The Windham Recreation Department.
Look at how much you got yourself involved in because you couldn't contain and maintain your composure and your emotions. Look at your behavior got out of hand. You just set a horrible example for your kids. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look how much is rolling out. Now you got to go to court. Now you got to miss work. Now you got to worry about somebody babysitting the kids, and they just look somebody who babysitting the kids looking at you like, I shouldn't be having to babysit your kids if your dumbass wasn't acting dumbassness. So yeah, like you created a whole ripple effect of inconveniencing and making every one of your systems extra busy. All of these other systems, they busy, they're excited. You just hit this man, so now your bumper and your hood is jacked up. Now you got to go get it fixed. Ain't no telling if it messed up your radiator or something like that because he was standing in the middle of the street like a damn deer. Did you know how deer are when they, you probably cracked your windshield, broke your windshield wipers? There ain't no telling. But the mismanagement of the emotional aspect it's like tokens racking up on a video game, like ting, 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 ting,
Department has also confirmed to Channel 3 that Byers Rivera has been dismissed from the program and
he's been dismissed for somebody else acting out. So it's like, even like you just guilty as charged and guilty by association just because you are associated with it, because they don't want to be, they're trying to maintain and uphold, but people are just, it's like getting shot with a shotgun and trying to put a Band-Aid over it. And then when you put the Band-Aid over it, somebody just slices the Band-Aid off with a big old machete. So it's like, it's damage on top of damage. And now the kids can't go there. Now you can't come nowhere in 100 feet of the schools or what the kids are going to do. Now the kids going to be sitting at home watching Baby Shark all day, getting, eating on all the Hot Pockets. In an event that wasn't even supposed to be about the damn adults. It became about the adults. Whether those kids was dribbling the correct way or not, let them kids have fun. When they get to an age where they can actually have a formality, but you're dealing with kids who just gonna be kids. Most of them gonna be on the court, not even wanting to not even follow directions in the first place. While you sitting there yelling at them like they're gonna really listen. They just happy to be out. So yeah, like adults and parents just get way too wound up over how these kids having fun. You got to allow a kid to have fun. You got to let them be great. You got to let them get it out of their system, and they'll come back to you. The parents are supposed to be, their counsel. They're supposed to be able to guide them. But when you're just trying to strong arm and force everything, and then you just get emotionally too invested into something like that, your daughter is not Caitlin Clark, sir. Like, chill.
Is banned from attending all future games for the rest of the season. The department also admits to Channel 3 it failed to complete a background check on Byers Rivera, calling it a minor lapse. I'm your reporter, Dylan Fear, in Channel 3.
Oh, so now you're failing to do background checks. Wow. So now you guys are about to start emphasizing on the background checks now. Look how many people done jacked up their whole damn criminal record now. I don't have a criminal record. I thank the Most High that I don't have a criminal record, because that is how that's how you get snared up and snagged and snared. And you get profiled and you get judged immediately off whatever you did. Oh, you were doing indecent exposure? Oh, you were showing your Willy Wonka? Oh, you're a weirdo. Oh, you're a robber? Oh, you've been robbing with attempted burglary with assault with a deadly weapon? Oh, you're hostile and you want anything that I have. Oh, you murdered somebody? Oh, I can't have you around me. You know what I'm saying? It's like immediately. It's an instant profile. It's an instant proliferation of a person. You instantly go into dissecting like this person. So yes, you're talking about background checks. Who's going to be who they gonna hire now? You're kicking out all the immigrants. You're kicking out the Indians. You're kicking out all the people in the Middle East. You're kicking out the Asians, and you're kicking out the Mexicans. Yeah. So who you gonna hire? Are you gonna hire black folks, but you're gonna pay them illegal immigrant wages when they've been an illegal American this whole time? And they overqualified, more than qualified? No, come on. See, that's where all of these companies are going to, and that's why it's imperative that we be able to start creating our own now. And that's why I sit here. When I'm not on here, I work nonstop working on being able to establish these businesses that'll be for our brothers and sisters to be able to come, be safe, be secure, be able to shop, be able to be happy, be able to be enlightened, be encouraged, and find all the resources that they need to be able to make themselves and their family and in the community much more beautiful and thriving. So yes, this is all a process. A tree don't grow in a day. At the end of the day, Babylon has to fall. Right now, this is the year of everything will be revealed. And we have to be cool, calm, and collected, and not be moved and dismayed about any of this stuff, and not be bothered. Because these are the people that are conducting themselves, and they're making themselves look bad now. Looking real bad right now. And they have to check all
Amid
that.
their ongoing grief, there was justice for the family and friends of 10-year-old Dakota Levi Stevens, moments after a Porter County, Indiana judge sentenced his foster mother to prison for causing his death.
We are pretty happy with the results. It doesn't bring him back, but it's a start.
49-year-old Jennifer Wilson was immediately taken into custody to begin serving her 6-year sentence imposed by Judge Michael Bergenson with the Indiana Department of Corrections, with 1 year suspended and to be served on probation. After first declaring her innocence, Wilson pled guilty to reckless homicide in October.
Just wanted to say thank you to the courts for listening to us.
A large contingent of the victim's family and friends were present during the over 3-hour-long sentencing hearing, where the former foster mother addressed the court and asked for leniency. Voice trembling and through tears, she read a prepared statement saying in part, "I'm not here expecting forgiveness. If the roles were reversed, I can't say I would be able to forgive the person responsible for the death of my loved one. I am deeply saddened and sorry for my role in this horrible tragedy." Porter County Sheriff's Office says they were called to the 200 block of Falcon Way in Liberty Township on April 25th, 2024 for a medical emergency and found Dakota unresponsive and lying on the ground. He had bruising on his lower back and chest. The child was rushed to an area hospital for treatment but died. Investigators say video from a doorbell camera showed a 340-pound Wilson holding the 91-pound child down while she says he was acting out.
She's taken a big part of us away from us
but yet she got to live her life for another 9 months after his death.
And as a family says, today's sentencing will help them try to move on. It can't dull the pain of the loss of a child.
It gives us a little closure, but we'll never heal. He will always be missed. He's always in our hearts and our minds.
Watch breaking news on.
So she Humpty Dumpty sat on this little kid. Yeah. People are taking out whatever they can. It's just the kids to them becomes just such an easy. I don't know why that didn't work. Yeah, it's just taking it all out on the kids like that, you know. That's Indiana for you. There's a lot of people that look like that who do that.
Tonight, a mother questions her son's violence months before her murder.
If he's gung-ho that you have to die, or he wants to kill you, that's my concern.
I don't know why is it that I need to die, though.
17-year-old Colin Griffith is facing first-degree murder charges for stabbing and killing his mother with this knife in Polk County last December. A body cam video you just saw was from months earlier when he was put under a Baker Act in Charlotte County.
Now, prior to this case, the teenager faced first-degree murder charges in Oklahoma for shooting and killing his father. Those charges were dropped because he claimed he acted in self-defense.
Oh, wow.
Zoe Warner dug through hours of body camera footage.
Zoe, what stood out to you?
Emma and Russ, what stood out to me in the body cam footage were the clear warning signs of Griffith's past.
I'm trying to think of it. Oh, man. They really do not like their parents. Either these kids wind up hearing something and they just snap on their parents. Like, how could you do this? Or how could you set me up for this and didn't tell me, or I didn't know, or anything? Like, most of this new generation of the young ones is starting to see life in a whole different perspective than what their parents have been walking around in this like delusional bubble of la la la. Like, I participate in white supremacy, but I'm gonna act like I, don't know nothing about it, or I don't see it, or if I do see it, I don't tell it, But now everybody wants to tell when they see something. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't see the warning signs, but now I do.
Behavior told by deputies, his grandmother, and his now dead mother.
Colin Griffith, just 17 years old, could be spending the rest of his life behind bars for killing his own mother.
When you look at this, you see a kid. When I look at him, I see a psychopath.
Charlotte County Sheriff's Office released body cam footage showing incidents leading up to Catherine Griffith's tragic death.
She thinks I'm going to kill her, and that I want to kill her, or that I want to be with her.
Do you?
No, sir.
That video, just a little under a year before Catherine was killed, may have been the warning signs that needed closer attention.
Yeah. I'm in a constant state of fight or flight, and I don't know. If I think she's going to do something, even if she's not, I might act.
Colin's grandmother also told deputies there was a history of confrontation between him and his mother, leading to him saying he didn't even want to live with her.
He said, no, I want foster care. And even the corporal was saying, foster care isn't going to be good for you. You have issues you have to work on.
On September 8th of last year, Griffith called 911, claiming that during an argument with his mother, she lunged at him with a knife, fell on it, resulting in a stab wound to her neck. However, examiners concluded her injuries were not by accident and that he had a history of this behavior.
He stood up and said, let's do this, and literally in front of my own mother, attacked me. He literally threw me to the ground, kicked me, stomped on my hand, broke part of my phone case because I was trying to record.
Colin is now charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and a violation of a no-contact order. His mother's tragic death was just a little over a year after Colin's father's death in Oklahoma, which he admitted to shooting in a heated argument. Now, investigators say he did that in self-defense. However, the district attorney's office there says it would consider reevaluating the case if any new evidence is uncovered in the death.
Yeah. You getting double for your trouble. Yeah, how you just lean on, you just accidentally, I just tripped and fell. Man, like, just trying to, the wiggling, the amount of wiggle in people right now.
Take effect this weekend, and today the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the ban.
That's American crime. Like, at the end of the day, you can't, like, even, hold on, I'm gonna stop that. You cannot excuse that and be like, oh, he's just gonna get probation. He killed both his parents, y'all. Oh, we're just gonna give him 2 years. Oh no, he was deemed, he's still deemed okay for society. No, y'all used to do that before in Jacob's Trouble while y'all was in a blessing. Y'all used to let little psychopaths like this go. And now you're seeing the warning signs, and you're checking, you're doing all type of background checks on y'all, because y'all know y'all got that bug in y'all to be doing that stuff now. And y'all realize it, and y'all recognize it even more. Like, okay, we need to actually take a deeper, darker look into all of this. And then the moment that you get on substances, it's the moment you do any of them substances, it's like you are no longer you. You are overtaken by something else. And even when black folks were taking, he wasn't doing no wild shit like that. Like, yeah.
Overturned on the basis of the First Amendment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play this again because they just literally did a red light, green light on TikTok ban. So everybody came back. He had a bunch of people crying, and so yeah, I don't know if that was in this video, but yeah, you just got. Hold on, let me see.
Strawberry pie, 17 calories. Well, a little bit more, but not much.
You ain't doing shit for America. You ain't doing shit for society. You ain't out here fixing no roads. You ain't out here teaching no kids. You ain't out here doing this, just irrelevant stuff. That's what it's gotten to. And people this was literally WALL-E. That was literally WALL-E. They turned off everything, and these people went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Just to be able to keep up the debauchery.
Musician Hannah Dasher started her lighthearted Stand By Your Pan cooking series on TikTok during the pandemic, amassing millions of views and followers.
I just decided to make the kitchen my stage because all the restaurants were shut down, and I thought, oh my gosh, girls my age don't know how to cook. So Stand By Your Pan was born.
Damn, why she look like the American Dad in a wig? No, why she look like Jay Leno trying to get that sex change? Can't get enough of your love, baby.
Honey, mustard, and oven-baked chicken fingers. Stand by your pan. But the ban of TikTok in the U.S. would make it hard for more people to find Hannah's content.
My main concern is reaching the audience that I've worked so hard to build. I'm grateful for the app and the platform that it gives me. I'm grateful that it's also not my main source of income.
Touring is how the country artist says she makes most of her money. But TikTok is where she can promote that music to her 1.6 million followers. So she's been working to direct them to her other social media accounts.
Best case, follow me on Instagram. You ladies just go do it now. I know that a lot of us are drawing our focus there because those apps pay out a lot better.
Ban or no.
I just seen that mushroom. Y'all see that mushroom right there? Yeah, it's just, and she can't even sing. So it's like, yeah, whatever. But I'm just saying that you ain't got that soul for one. But it's interesting how when you take toys from a kid and they start crying, you know what I'm saying? Like how the Most High just would take people's toys and start crying. I was waiting on that to happen. I'm like, I can't wait till they just start all the stuff getting taken away and shut down and all of this stuff. Look how many people getting emotionally attached to everything, whether it's a football team, a damn TikTok, a house in the Palisades, or even a Donald Trump. I just got finished reading that where people were just overly idolizing, and it's like, the Lord your God is a jealous God. And he despises anybody who sit there and idolize false prophets. And people who are not waking the people up or who are not doing anything beneficial to the land. Like you just wasting, you just wasting, space and time. You're getting removed now. That's the thing. You're getting shut down. It's like literally you just got told like, hey, this shit ain't cool no more, homie. That's what the Most High has been telling everybody. Like, look, what you doing right now, it ain't cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people really ain't got no true survival skills, home skills, and things like that to really be able to advance things. It's just like how the iPhone just keeps coming out with the same damn iPhone. It's like you're not evolving. Like you're selling me the same leftovers and telling me that this was a fresh new dish. You served me 12 times the leftovers, and you're telling me this is a fresh new dish. That's why things have gotten stale. That's why things have gotten exhausted. That's why things are falling apart. But that's the American crime that people got away with. It's like, damn, you got away with a lot. You got away with a lot, and then you're just seeing people just crying so bad, so hard over not losing, their little bullshit come up.
Death of her husband, Leon Hignite, in Lexington. The jury recommended a 10-year sentence for manslaughter.
Oof, she looked crazy.
She was acquitted of arson. Prosecutors argued Hignite killed her husband with a hammer and set their home on fire to hide evidence. Her defense claimed his death was caused by a fall and denied foul play. The verdict follows a mistrial in the case in 2022. With credit for time served, Hignite could be eligible for parole in about 18 months.
Damn. So she took him out, and she is singing them Christmas carols. There's a lot of women who are pissed off, who are definitely taking out. This is a global insecurity temperature check. When you start looking insufficient, you start, if your significant other is looking at you and you don't look attractive, like, I don't know. It's so many different factors where people make these as the reasons why it's like, oh, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna stop trying. I'm gonna give up. I want a divorce. I want this. I want that. It's become so easy for people that they get tired or burnt out and run away. And I can attest to that too, but it got to be a point where you just take that
Orthodox
stand.
rabbi is arrested for attempting to enter a Jewish center. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to News 2 Now at 10. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Haley Wilgus. The staff at the front desk noticed something wasn't right and called police. Tonight, News 2's Sarah Smith spoke with the executive director at the Gordon Jewish Community Center about the incident.
Travis Garland seen here dressed in costume posing as an Orthodox Jewish rabbi. Metro Police say
My name is Rabbi August Stiegenstein.
he went into the Gordon Jewish Community Center and demanded to speak to a rabbi.
You clearly see that beard is fake as hell.
Really dressed in pretend Hasidic outfit with a pretend payas and beard and a hat, which is
He's shaking because he's so emotionally fidgety about it. He just so like, how dare, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was fidgeting.
I think trying to be a stereotypical Hasidic Jewish person.
Jesse Feld is the center's executive director.
We had an intruder who's pretty instantly identified as somebody who is not welcome at the JCC.
Feld says
that's another point he just brought up right now, is the intruder aspect. You have people who are emotionally triggered right now, and they are going to places where they know that their energy is hostile, and are going to start, start a ruckus at these places, and they're not becoming welcome anymore. Like, you just can't come down here. Oh, security, you got, down. They used to be able to just go to places and I'm going to write a letter. I'm going to put it in the comment box and, oh, sir, calm down. Let's go back to the back office. Let's talk about this. You know what? How about we give you free tickets? No, that's not what's happening no more. It's like, no, you coming over here standing in a ruckus. We calling the cops on you now. Okay. Oh, you don't want to leave? Oh, you breaking it? Oh, you're intruding now. So now that's the list of records is piling up. That goes on a background check. So if this is popping up on a background check, who's going to get hired?
Security told Garland there wasn't a rabbi on property, and he tried to rush a secure door. That's when he was escorted to the front gate until police arrived.
It may be unnerving that there's people with anti-Semitic and hateful beliefs out there, but it does not intimidate or scare us. We are, confident in our security unit.
According to Garland, this was all an internet prank.
Yeah, that's not something we consider a funny joke.
At the scene, Garland was let go. Then prosecutors decided he needed to be arrested. Officers found him in Maryville and brought him.
Ooh, you look like a grown Chucky doll. You look like Chucky doll. Nashville's wild. Nashville is definitely, it's a lot of alcohol drinking out there. Traffic is horrible. It's a beautiful place though. Yeah, it's definitely, I've enjoyed myself being in Nashville. The food is amazing. Yes, Nashville and Knoxville, all throughout. Yeah, I've been everywhere, y'all. Man, I've been everywhere. That's Murfreesboro. Forget about it. It's dope.
Back to Nashville for trespassing and assault by intimidation.
Regardless of people having hatred in their heart or whatever beliefs, that we're comfortable being who we are. And
it's interesting you say like people that have hatred in their heart. You guys have always had hatred in your heart, and then you act like, I don't have no hatred in my heart, but you just slapped me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? No, I didn't slap you. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any hate in my heart. Slap, but hey, you just slapped me, dude. Like, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's the selective blanking out of plausible deniability with you guys. Like, but when it starts hitting with, I don't find this joke funny. Oh, I'm fidgeting. Oh, I'm so pissed off. But when it comes to the apathy, when it comes toward the plight of our folks, every single one of you guys stepped right to the side. It was like, that's not my problem. So when the tables is turned and it's knocking on your front door and ending up on your shit list, now you got people looking back at you now and like, hey, what do you want me to tell you? Grab them boots, buddy. Grab them
Nashville,
boots.
Sarah Smith, News 2.
Garland's being held on a $250,000 bond. We reached out to his attorney, Jeff Woods, but did not hear back.
Damn, that's a lot of money just for impersonating a rabbi, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. Look, they don't want no disrespect.
Right now, this is not being investigated as a hate crime, but
well, then what is it then?
TBI report found crimes against Jewish people have been steadily increasing year over year. The report shows from 2021.
They sure do got a statistic for every one of their Jewish little statistics, though. They be keeping track and keeping count, don't they? They will keep count of some stuff. Like they keeping the count on the numbers, buddy. They are not letting them numbers go. Oh, hold up. Let me switch it back.
Man is arrested for attempting to have sex with a juvenile.
News 2's Alicia Wimberly is at the WKRN.com alert desk with the latest details. Alicia.
Bob and Haley, the Shelbyville Police Department arrested James Howard Reed Jr. this afternoon. Investigators say Reed, a military contractor, traveled to Shelbyville from Fort Campbell with the intention of having sexual activity with someone he believed to be a 10-year-old girl. Reed has been booked with a bond set at $200,000 and is currently held at Bedford County Corrections. The Shelbyville police have not yet released his charges.
Yeah, Shelbyville and those whole regions like Martinsville. Martinsville is definitely, you don't stop in. That is definitely KKK Central. And Shelbyville is just as weird as it is to, that none of these places is exempt.
Investigation involving a former Oklahoma teacher and an FFA advisor.
Back in December, we told you Cody Richardson was arrested at Holdenville High School.
He is accused of having child pornography. And now federal agents have reason to believe that may have only been the beginning.
News 4's Spencer Humphrey is back on the story again tonight.
Why he look like why he look like Colonel Sanders and the chicken? No, he looked like the cartoon rooster, the one that we that be talking like that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to think of his name, but he talk real like he got some country sass and never like knackers. I don't know, but Pat Sajak hairdo having ass no.
Tonight, and we need to warn you, the details of this are graphic. Spencer, what have you learned so far?
Yeah, guys, well, you may remember we first brought you at the accusations against Richeson early last month. FBI investigators accusing him of having hundreds of sexually explicit pictures of children and apparently also confessing to sexually assaulting a child. Now, though, the FBI thinks the victims they have found so far may not be his only ones.
It's for people who want to be involved in an organization that makes them bigger than themselves.
That was Cody Richeson talking about the FFA program he once led at Holdenville High School. We told you back in December, federal agents arrested Richeson at the school while he was teaching. The charge, possession of child pornography. We told you after FBI agents served a search warrant at his house, Richeson allegedly confessed to them that he received approximately 100 photos and videos of children being sexually abused between 2020 and now. Investigators also finding a conversation Richeson had with another man accused of sex crimes on the messaging app Telegram, where Richeson allegedly confessed that he'd had sex with a 10-year-old boy. Then now on Tuesday, the FBI announcing agents have reason to suspect there are additional victims of Richeson that have not yet been identified, adding Richeson had extensive access to children in his role as an FFA instructor. We asked the FBI for more info on why they think there may be more victims, but they declined to comment. When we spoke to Holdenville Public Schools superintendent in December, he told us FBI investigators said they did not believe any of Richeson's alleged crimes involved students.
They have any of evidence or suspicion or of any kind that anything to do with any of the students at Holdenville Public Schools was involved, and so they have assured us that it has no effect on our public schools besides it is a staff member of the district.
Richeson's arrest affidavit also includes more details about that Telegram conversation he allegedly had with another man. Richeson allegedly telling that man the 10-year-old he sexually assaulted was a buddy's foster son and that there's a guy in Henrietta that has a 3 to 4-year-old. He's on Telly, short for Telegram.
Wow.
And when we talked to the Holdenville Public Schools superintendent in December, he told us Richeson would no longer be allowed on or near any of their campuses. And now we've learned the district has officially terminated Richeson. He is no longer an employee.
I mean, obviously, it shouldn't just stop at the buck there. Like, you got people set up with whole rings of stuff that they do like this, man. Just to even have, just to have sent your kid off to school and just to send your kid off to school with the sense of security that they are taken care of, not in that freaking way. You know what I'm saying? Like they're in the best of hands, not in that freaking way. You know what I'm saying? Like they're being taught what they need to be taught in that freaking way. It's like, yeah, it's like it just don't make no sense that you would even be physically attracted to anybody at that age. That it just baffles me. And it's different because I know that it's happened in so many people's lives, and to see that this is turning out to be a very it's being exposed. That's why I have to be here to say it, because it's literally before it was never talked about. Right now, the amplification of it is at an all-time high, y'all.
The man pleaded guilty to sexual exploitation of a minor in the 3rd degree. Authorities say 56-year-old Russell Stokes pleaded guilty yesterday. We're told an investigation began last March into the distribution of child sexual abuse material. At the time of his arrest, Stokes was out on bond for similar charges. Officials sentenced Stokes to 10 years in prison with credit for time served. We're told he will have to register as a sex offender upon release.
Like literally, your whole reputation, your background, all of that stuff is completely done and tarnished. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's literally done and tarnished. These people can't sit here and just work at any regular job that's going to be amongst the people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you literally will have to be a CNA, be wiping old ass. You can't be around nobody of the younger stature. You can't be around no money. You can't be around a lot of different capacities. You might be working on the road, being a truck driver or something. I don't know. But the way it's looking at, who are you going to hire when you got all of these people?
Foster is behind bars in Utah for crimes against children. A jury found 29-year-old Ryan Randolph guilty on human trafficking and sexual extortion. The victims, both 14 years old, testified in court. More from 10 on Your Side's Karina Garcia.
In October of 2022, a search warrant was executed at a residence on McFarland Lane in Gloucester County, where authorities collected digital evidence. With this evidence, the prosecution recounted how Randolph, posing as a female minor, manipulated the 14-year-olds into sending nude photographs and then extorted them into performing explicit acts while he recorded the encounters via video chat.
We found a phone at his residence and found 2 of the videos that he had done the screen recordings of the Utah victims.
But Randolph's encounters with the law did not begin in Utah. Back in December of 2013,
Just disgustingness in your eyes. Just evil.
when Randolph was 17, a criminal complaint shows a 16-year-old victim was also threatened and extorted for nude photographs, stating he would, quote, pound her till her legs were numb, unquote. A woman who says she knew Randolph claims there are more victims out there.
I think he's probably the biggest serial predator I've ever seen. I think he's affected girls in Yorktown, Poquoson, Hampton.
For this case, Randolph faced 9 charges, including possession of child pornography. He was placed in a juvenile justice center for anger management and substance abuse issues.
I think he felt like he was untouchable. He tried to silence his victims for years, I feel like.
Ultimately, those charges were dropped and he was not required to register as a sex offender in 2013.
I wish there was I knew the statute of limitation to see if maybe there was something else we could do to maybe make sure he never gets out.
As for now, Randolph has been committed to the Utah State Correctional Facility to serve his sentence for the convictions in Utah.
He would probably end up serving about 30 years before he would be eligible to get out, and in all likelihood would serve more time than that.
In Gloucester County.
Yeah, that's what's happening. The jails are filling up at a record pace with these folks. I'm talking about record pace.
Jackson throws, got a man wide open. It's Andrews. He dropped the ball.
What the hell?
A St. Peter's woman has officially been indicted for setting several businesses on fire in Puerto Rico earlier this month after they refused to serve her alcohol. Court documents allege 36-year-old Danielle Bertozzi was drunk and belligerent at the time. Today, she made her first appearance in federal court.
Just look at the damage left behind from these burned down family-owned businesses in Puerto Rico. Federal investigators say a St. Louis area woman visiting the island on vacation set them on fire earlier this month. Her motive? They wouldn't sell her alcohol. Court documents reveal
You see what I'm saying? You can sit here and transfer spirits. Whatever she was dealing with, wherever she was at, she transferred it wherever she was going. And the and the amplification of that, and not being able to hold and contain your own emotions. Yes, you literally conjured up whatever you was possessed with and acted out exactly who you are and what you do. You're willing to take somebody else's because you don't Yeah. Do you love me still when I tell you no? It's like you're telling your kids, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, you can't play with your toys right now. I don't love you anymore. Exactly. Literally the insecurity temperature checked.
36-year-old St. Peter's resident Danielle Bertozzi was caught on camera carrying a container of gasoline and setting a bar, restaurant, store, and hotel on fire just after midnight on January 2nd, putting the lives of 20 guests at risk. Authorities say Bertozzi then fled the island, cutting her trip short after being interviewed by police there. Bertozzi made her first appearance in court Friday after being indicted for arson by a federal grand jury in the District of Puerto Rico. She was arrested here in St. Louis Thursday. Cameras are not allowed in the federal courthouse downtown, but Fox 2 was there as she came in shackled, showing no emotion and entering a not guilty plea. The ATF is leading this investigation. Earlier this month, we showed you video of Bertozzi being served a search warrant at her St. Peter's home. Puerto Ricans here in St. Louis are disturbed and angered by her actions.
A flagrant sense of entitlement and disrespect for the culture and the people of the island.
We all have drinks, but I don't know. I never had thoughts about going, after drinks, going to do something like this.
Hector Vega with the Puerto Rican Society.
Of course you going morally, plausible. Not you're gonna put yourself in a position where I wouldn't do nothing like that. But what else would you do, sir? Because we don't know you and we don't know what you've done. So just as much as you're sitting here saying, "Oh, I don't ever done," no, yeah, we've done some stuff. Who are you to just get up there and you're just giving your irrelevant opinion about a situation just to kind of deflect from you? It ain't got nothing to do with you. I wouldn't do that, but yeah, see, people just don't know when to just sit your ass still and shut up.
St. Louis has been pushing for Bertozzi's arrest and communicating with the owners of those impacted businesses back in Puerto Rico. He says he is glad to see her victims are one step closer to receiving justice.
We feel very relieved that justice is starting to be served.
And Bertozzi has a detention hearing next Wednesday at 11 a.m. The feds.
He reminded me of when I was a kid, the little green G.I. Joe action figure faces. He got that little Dilbert face. But yeah, that's what's going on. You think you can do your crime and do it over there and get away with it and run and flee and all that stuff? You know you did what you did and they're going to say you're not guilty. Like, we didn't see you on the gram. Like, come on, lady.
Trash pickup in Putnam County, but Waste Management customers still have questions and concerns about when all of that is finally going to be away from the curb.
WSAZ's Luke Hamilton found more customers experiencing delays today while asking the company for a better explanation.
I mean, just let us know.
It's the right thing to do to let people know why. Waste Management says winter weather can.
Yeah, I'm mad about everything. The snow. Like, what do you want to do? It's slipping and sliding outside right now. What do you want to do? They're going to sit here and complain about any and everything that pops up from now on. It's not going to be no sunny side up right now.
Conditions have delayed pickups to icy neighborhoods in Putnam County, but customers want a better explanation for the lack of service. It is slick, but it's not too slick for school buses or for anybody.
Yeah, just for you. Yeah. Oh, it's not. Oh, wow. Hurricane, West Virginia. I ain't heard about that one. Yeah, he's trying to justify it. Like, oh man, just pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Well, you get out there and you people always try to grandstand as if they're more noble or more righteous than the next, and saying that, oh, it's okay until it actually is not okay, until you get hit and your car gets hit by this, and then it just becomes a vicious cycle that you participated, you got on camera and interviewed with and inflated your emotions about it. You couldn't wait to be able to express. I can't wait to express how I feel about all of this.
Anybody else who drives these roads? With a family of 5 and 2 trash cans overflowing, Thomas Stratton says the timing has been bad.
it's been the holidays, so we've had company over. You know, we've had a lot of trash build up, more so than usual.
Jared Belak also lives in Hurricane and says the open lid on his trash can is rare.
Kind of getting overloaded, and we don't really know where to put the bags at this point. So yeah, at least 2 weeks of trash. Usually don't even fill it up all the way. In the past, they haven't picked up bags on the side of the road.
Waste Management says they will remove limits, taking bags inside and out of the can in areas they haven't reached. But customers say it's still causing problems.
I mean, that's fine, but I'm just worried about like the animals and stuff getting into it and dragging it all over the place.
The trash service says parts of the road may seem clear, but drivers
Eating
are
all
empowered
kind
to
of
make their
junk.
own decisions. And turning around and
That's a lot of pizza. Did y'all see that? That was a lot. Y'all eat a lot of pizza. That's why them toilets be shitty every time I go to Walmart. Y'all be having to take a big old dooski in the Walmart. You know how many times I done seen the Walmart and people done walked out of stall and left the shit stain on the actual toilet, the men's bathroom. Women, you're getting a sneak peek in what it looks like in a damn men's bathroom. Men walking out, touching, touching their pubes, they got crabs, and then don't walk out, then don't wash their hands, and then they go and shake their partner's hand. And then he touches his face, he touches his beard. So now his crabs on his balls is on your beard, on your chin. So now you're a bald chinian. Now you scratching your chin. Oh man, the cycle continues. Oh man. But yeah, the animals are out. And they are out and they are affecting the way of life in these places. And you got to think about West Virginia is right next to Asheville, North Carolina. All of these different waste management facilities and stuff, all of that stuff got affected too. Who's to say that, like I said, you ain't got enough workers out here? Why don't you get your ass in that truck and go and take the trash out then? You know why? Because Billy Bob is on meth and he got locked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is. Just got to. So it's really gotten bad for these communities right now, to where everything is backing up, it's piling up. The congestion of all of the systems, the amount of congestion in all of these systems right now is at an all-time high. That's why I'm showing these things, that hey, it's the discomfort. The discomfort. Now imagine there wasn't no snow and it was like this. Now you're talking about flies, bugs, mosquitoes. You talk about all the rodents and everything coming out now. You got the bears about to come out right now. The raccoons and bears about to eat all this up. So now you coming outside just to dump your trash out and to get attacked by a bear. So yeah, it's the beast will be their graves.
heavier vehicles can be difficult.
It seems like they stopped about.
Look at the ice. It's the ice is so, and it's like hugging the ground. It's hugging the dirt. It's hugging the cement. It's literally, that's what it's doing. And yes, it's making it difficult across the whole country. That's why, yes, it's making it hard for all of these places to actually be able to get around. And people keep going out and keep trying to just, oh, well, I just need to go to the grocery store. No, you're supposed to stock up. You're supposed to be good for a good portion of time to where you ain't got to move, to where you can actually be at home and you can actually cook and you can actually read a book. If you got a fireplace, you could be able to sit under the fireplace. Whatever you got to do. But when it comes to times like this is the time where you go into your deep meditation. You go into your deep shadow work, because this is the lower hemisphere. This is where the sun is at its farthest point from us. So in this process, you got to clear your shadows out before the sun shines on you. Because then by the time the sun shines on you, you realize that the sun is shining on you, and you weighing 500 pounds now. because you were trying to hide in the dark about who you are and what you are, and what you not looking at yourself in the mirror and dealing with your problems and dealing with your things. Even if the trash man didn't come there, you got to be able to deal with how you deal and how your life circumvents itself. And if you're going to constantly just throw on somebody else to do it, hey, you're going to see the consequences of things having when you're throwing things on everything else as a convenience to you, but when it really is already inconvenienced because you are coming to it for it to depend on them. So the fact that you're actually trying to depend on them like that, the system is already congested and it's depleted. So now it's inconveniencing you because you're inconvenienced because you lived so much in your privilege. And now all of everything is falling apart the way it is supposed to be.
Midway up the road, and didn't make it all the way down this way, so you can see the other neighbors didn't get their trash taken out either.
I asked Waste Management about.
So, and that's the thing too. You've been saying right, saying that too. It's not just one person that's not affected. It's not just one person that's affected. It's not just one. It's multiple. So the suppression of somebody extra crying about their trash not getting picked up, it's like, no, nobody can complain because look, all of our trash is not getting picked up. So if Karen down the street starts arguing and screaming, hey, Karen, shut up. All of our trash is outside now. Don't you tell me to shut up. And then the problem that ain't even got nothing to deal with that. It becomes an emotional fight with your neighbor now. When really it was about the decline of the waste management workers. So yeah, you're dealing with that case right now.
Customers' concerns with refunds. They say since the missed material will be collected eventually, they will not be issuing a credit for missed service. Luke Hamilton, WS.
They will not be issuing a credit for missed service. They will not be issuing a credit for missed service. So yes, we're still going to charge you. We ain't going to pick up your trash, but we still going to charge you. We ain't going to give you no credit because the service got missed. The service got missed because the service got missed. You don't have to deal with it, but we still going to charge you. You see how they nickel and diming all of them, and then they're still being inconvenienced. That's how it's gotten to be. This is the American crimes. Truly is.
Camera video here showing that truck. 5 people were rushed to the hospital after a dump truck slammed into a North Bergen Target. New Ring camera video here showing that truck barreling down a street before the crash. Alicia Reed has the latest on the investigation, including the people who were trapped.
Ooh, wow.
Christine, while this crash is under investigation, authorities believe it was an accident. Surveillance video shows the moment a dump truck starts rolling downhill and picking up momentum before crashing into the North Bergen Target.
Ooh.
And I heard the sirens, I heard the helicopters.
A gaping hole left in the side of the store after the truck rolled down the steep hill on 71st Street and across 2 lanes of traffic on Tonelli Avenue. Dashcam footage shows the moment of impact.
Customer service over there. Right there, and the bathrooms.
5 people were taken to the hospital, including the driver who had to be extricated. A woman who was in the restroom at the time was severely injured and also had to be extricated. Officials say it could have been a lot worse.
If he would have hit a pedestrian vehicle, he could have killed those people as well. And then within Target, the area which he hit is right behind the courtesy desk, usually where there's a good flux of people.
With the ongoing construction at the top of the hill, officials say the truck was filled with dirt and rocks. The North Hudson fire chief says it's not clear if the driver lost control or if his brakes malfunctioned. On its way downhill, the truck clipped a tractor trailer, which helped slow it down before it went into the store.
It was crazy. What if that truck was not there? What would have happened? Would the dump truck went half further if that big cushion was in there?
The dump truck is being held for further inspection, and structural engineers are doing inspections to ensure the building is safe for.
Why she look like Sierra? Automatic. I don't know why that's popped in my head, but she looked like Sierra. But yeah, that was definitely, he was barreling down that, it's the malfunctioning of all of the devices. Systems are getting outdated. They're getting they're getting overly frozen, and they're getting overly heated. So there's no more happy medium about any of the devices or the machines that we use. Many things are just getting completely burnt out and becoming obsolete. It's going to be a time where a lot of these things are just not going to be functionable no more like it used to be, and then they don't know how to invent new things. They don't know how to invent nothing new. Everything has all been just recycled in a horrible way, horrible fashion. But hey, that's what's going on right now. You're seeing many situations. But yeah, man, I've hammered through a lot of these videos real quick. So yeah, I had a bunch of tabs. I still got some good ones for you. This one, I'm trying to pull this one up. This one was hilarious. Oh man, this one was funny. I remember this one. As soon as it popped up, it froze on me again. Whatever. It'll get its act right. But yeah, it is. The weather is not being nice to anybody right now on either side of the coast. It's literally not being nice. And I'm hungry too. Man, I made this amazing. I got this fire turkey meatloaf I make, and with the vegetables in it and the mixed vegetables and the rice with the coconut milk in it. It just I got leftovers, so I'm about to eat that. But I don't know why I got an extreme taste for it. It just hit my mouth, just like, yes. Oh, come on now. Why is it not playing? 1 second, y'all. But yeah, that's the way of the world right now. This is the American crime that is going on right now. We're not being involved in none of this stuff. We're not participating. So you don't see none of our people, none of our faces there. You just still see the people who are grandstanding and who are still like gig workers that are still trying to, stay afloat within the, white colonialization, the European colonializations of, the white supremacist systems. Like you just so pacified it and so enthralled to want to still be, the daddy slave. Just don't make no sense. You won't hate this one. You won't hate my meatloaf. It's fire. Anybody who's tasted so far has been like, My sister from another mister, she was like, that's the best meatloaf I've had. Just for that, I'm about to hook you up. I promise you, I got you. You're gonna be like, I can't believe that's not butter. I know, but if I do eat meat, like that's probably the only thing that I would even partake in, because it's like, one, it's easy and simple, but because I've been working on my flavor palette, so for me, it's one of those easy, simple things that I can kind of master my seasonings and my flavors, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it. All right, hold on. Why is it not playing? All right, hold on 1 second. I got you. What a world we living in.
A surprising interview today when Fox 5 was back on the scene of a condo complex that's seen multiple fires. The president of the Paradise Spa Homeowners Association says there have been 5 fires there in the last 5 months, 2 of them deadly. While talking to people there today, Fox 5's Joe Vigil ran into a man who told us he knows something about one of the fires. The Homeowners Association president sent us this photo of the November fire. The man told Joe he was there when the fire started.
What started the fire was a tweak pipe.
A tweak pipe? A meth pipe?
A meth pipe. And then I didn't give it back to someone that put it back. And so they burned it up.
How did the pipe start the fire?
Basically, I held it from someone, and I wasn't going to give it back. So she set it on fire.
She set the building on fire because you wouldn't give the pipe back?
Yes.
What did she use to start the fire?
A torch.
And what did she say?
Oh, you're not gonna give back my pipe? All right. Well, take this. And I was like, I didn't know what she was talking about. And then 20 seconds later, the whole building was up in flames.
Did have police talk to you about that?
Yes.
And what did you tell them?
I wrote a statement and then left.
Did they say anything to you about being held responsible for that at all, or?
No, sir.
No?
Nope.
Do you think you had anything to do with that fire?
If I didn't have the meth pipe, it would have been all good.
We have not been able to track down this woman who was apparently there too, but we're told on Seen by Others today that her relatives say she wasn't even there when the fire started. We're told by the association president no one was hurt.
It's called a tweak pipe. Like if you're tweaking a tweaker, yeah, it was crackhead's pipe. That was right out there, right around the corner from you. Hey, right around the corner from you, man. Yeah, it's called a tweak pipe. Yeah. So, but I was laughing because he just let his mouth just flew. It was just like, man, this motherfucker right there is like, damn, this motherfucker right there is like, I would have gave her shit. Like he had no regard for it, him being on the camera and being on TV. It's like, what did you want to be when I wanted? What did you want to be when you wanted to grow up? It's like, dang, brother. I know. I feel his pain because I was on the verge of going down that road. So that's why I can't even, what I'm saying? We got to heal. We got a lot of stuff we're dealing with. We got a lot of stuff we're holding on to. And in situations like that where it's like, hey, and it's just not worth it. But a meth head will get in and out of a building real quick. They'll shake and bake on your ass real quick. He like, the suspect is still at large. You ain't finding no meth head. Oh boy.
Tonight, we're learning details of a terrifying close call between two passenger jets over Phoenix on Saturday. CBS News has learned alarms sounded in both cockpits. CBS's Chris Van Cleve is at Washington's Reagan National Airport. And Chris, how does this happen?
Well, Nora, the FAA is trying to figure that out tonight. We know it was a United 737 and a much larger Delta A330. Both were about to land in Phoenix when their collision avoidance systems alarmed. Here's what it sounded like on air traffic control audio.
Left to 100, we do have runway 8 in sight. Cleared. United 1724 response.
Delta Flight 1070 from Detroit with 245 passengers on board received an alert to take immediate evasive action, as did United Flight 1724 with 129 people aboard coming in from San Francisco. At their closest points, they were about 425 feet apart vertically, and seconds later were less than a quarter of a mile horizontally, according to preliminary flight data from Flight Radar 24. Now, the FAA is investigating. They confirm this close call, saying they are looking into what amounts to a loss of required separation between the aircraft, Nora.
What's happening is that, like, obviously the ley lines is making these, affecting this stuff, but you're looking at many of the major systems that we have put in place, starting to hit a lot of these, this dysfunctionality, these glitches, just they're hitting these snags, and it's just weird. It's a weird time, you know what I'm saying? It's like you never used to see so much of this happen, but now it's just so there. It's because literally the Most High is in the midst. Literally, that is people don't want to believe it. but you have to see it. Like, I have to keep constantly
Tonight,
showing
the
it
nation
because
is
you need to
preparing
see
for the
it.
Trump transition. Come Monday, Donald Trump will become president. Yet again, the president-elect has made many sweeping declarations about what he hopes to do once he's back in office. They include mass deportations, closing the border, and ending birthright citizenship, claims that have put many Californians on edge. And over the past several weeks, ABC 10's Jeannie Nguyen has been talking to our representatives in Congress, getting their stances on the record regarding immigration, and also talking to people on the ground working with our immigrant community, asking what they think will happen in this next administration.
It's a very tough thing to do. It's, but you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally.
It's a campaign promise from incoming President Donald Trump. And during an interview with NBC's Meet the Press in December, he doubled down on his threat to deport people and families living in the United States without legal documentation.
I don't want to be breaking up families, so the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together and you have to send them all back.
And he ain't playing, y'all. He already shooting at the hip. He is already gunslinging. I don't even need to play this because it was he already in there, but just to know that he's already been to work, and people have already been just toe up after all of this right now. So who's going to do the work? Because you're talking about the Haitians is eating the cats. You're talking about the Indians can't come over here with the H-1B visas. You're trying to let all the anybody who's of an Asian population go back. You're sending everybody back over the border to all of the Central and South American countries. So are you going to hire black folks? And then black folks is already under the impression, like, man, I just don't feel like working for you no more. You already treated me like shit. You didn't want to hire me in the first place. Oh, now you coming to run back to, you need me. Oh, you know what? I need all the money in the job, man. I need to be getting paid higher than the CEO then. That's what it's going to be now.
These comments creating fear, especially in the greater Sacramento area.
The fear of family separation is really having a significant impact. So parents have started disenrolling their children from benefits because they're so afraid.
Leaving many families with the question of how soon could this possibly happen.
Trump administration is likely to reach out to state and local governments to seek their assistance in enforcement during this deportation campaign.
Do you believe this will be a reality?
I think that we're going to see very tough immigration enforcement measures for the next 4 years.
During Trump's first administration.
The only way you'll be able to get this enforcement done and making sure that everybody who was here, born here, and all raised here, if you had all the black women will keep checks and balances. They had to be able to know if your ass is lying, especially if you're a mama out here. I was born here. I brought my kids over, bring the kids over. No, think about the kids. No, lady, you was not born. Like, the sisters will hold it down like that. Brothers is going to be able to see a whole different thing, but at least the sisters will be able to call all of that BS out. But who are you going to hire? Because you got these people that are in the suit and ties, people who didn't got into these positions in office and got in under these same privileges. So now they're trying to fight against the same privilege that allowed them to get, they're trying to close the door on anybody before them, behind them, not knowing that there's a door right in front of them.
Then Governor Jerry Brown signed SB 54 into law, banning state and local law enforcement from working with ICE with few exceptions. In a recent interview, Brown told ABC 10,
the subsequent legislation, I think, is taking it broader.
Jerry Brown looked like a featherless owl.
Some of the cities, like San Francisco, have gone way beyond in their effort to create a wall, almost a separation of state and federal government. I think that is going to prove difficult.
Republican California Congressman Tom McClintock has supported Trump's plan for deportation and believes it would happen soon. He emphasized a focus on people with a criminal record.
I think you're going to see an orderly deportation that will start with the 500,000 illegal migrants who have criminal records who've been allowed into this country.
And when it comes to DACA recipients, Democrat California Congressman Ami Bera says he hopes there can be an agreement with his colleagues on finding a solution to keep them in the States.
Maybe they do a year, 2 years of service, Peace Corps, Teach for America, other things. But let's come up with a way to, many of these people have been in our communities for a long time, to allow them to have some peace of mind.
What is being done to prepare right now, and how are families preparing for what may or may not happen?
Know what agencies are.
That's like somebody spilling That's like somebody spilling bleach on your brand new Persian rug. You know what I'm saying? It's like you didn't already did the damage though. You know what I'm saying? It's like, are you gonna get me a new Persian rug?
Available to assist you in the event that you get detained, and to always know that you have the right to have an attorney advise you on both the criminal and the immigration impacts.
Yeah, it's literally gonna be impacting all of y'all, and then y'all gonna come begging us. They're gonna come begging us on all on all faces. On all faces. This is going to be exposed the way it's supposed to.
Suspect caught on camera breaking into the home of Mike Frost, who's known in the local music scene for designing album covers for Houston's biggest rap stars. And tonight we've learned the suspect is in custody. Investigators say Frost was not her only victim. Amanda Henderson has been following this story since the very beginning and has the update for us tonight. Amanda.
She has several charges. Sage Grider does. That's a suspect. When we looked it up during
She looked like a Jigglypuff.
court documents. But one thing that Frost, as well as his wife, Michelle Acosta, mentioned to us is that one of those burglaries actually happened to a friend of theirs. And it happened during a time that they're still trying to wrap their heads around.
She broke in through here. You can see that the screen is actually torn right there.
A very real reminder to Michelle Acosta and Mike Frost about the woman caught on camera breaking into their family home last month.
It affected my daughters, it affected my wife.
I think this is somebody's important house.
This is the video clip seen across Houston. A woman racing through the family's kitchen, allegedly taking several items, including jewelry.
I ain't gonna lie, that kitchen was cute. That was cute. That whole little color scheme, the knives was decked out, everything. That was nice.
Clothing, guns, and more. Late last week, Houston police making an arrest in the case. 30-year-old Sage Grider.
It just felt like
she's not going to be able to work. Where's she going to work? In a prominent position. She can't work in nothing that is government issue. Any of this stuff. She's going to be at Walmart. Come on, y'all. These people are knocking their own selves down off of the pyramid down to the bottom of the base.
like I could breathe easy, and it gave me a lot of peace knowing that she was caught.
Court documents show this isn't Grider's first run-in with the law. She's faced several burglary charges since 2019.
She was on a ankle bracelet when she broke into the house, so yeah, she's a repeat offender. She's a menace.
Some of Grider's cases are active, others dismissed, one even impacting Acosta's friend in 2023.
So when my friend's house was hit, she was attending her mother's funeral and saw her security camera footage, and lo and behold, it was exactly the same person.
Now the couple hopes with Grider behind bars, justice will finally come.
She just keeps doing the same
Nice
thing.
little
Same thing.
house.
So hopefully, hopefully this time, she won't be back out there.
Grider did appear in court today. Her next appearance is set for February 13th. Tonight, Houston police tell me that amid her arrest, this is still an active and ongoing case.
And it's just all of the extra getting caught up. People, they ain't caring about they getting double for their trouble.
Right now, a Southwest Airlines pilot is facing a DUI charge after being arrested right before takeoff.
This arrest comes as Southwest is facing a lawsuit from the Department of Transportation for chronically delayed flights. NBC's Tom Costello has more.
It happened on Southwest.
Now, y'all remember I did report about the delay, and these companies are going to start having to shell out money for a certain period of time for these delayed flights. And when you're dealing with, pilots that are drunk as shit and they are, having heart attacks because they got the Jabberwocky, there's a lot of things happening in these cockpits. So, yeah.
Flight 3772 bound for Chicago Midway.
My husband just kind of looked over and he goes, "That's odd. There's a police officer on the plane."
Passengers Patty and Edward Dermody capturing this photo as police boarded the plane Wednesday at Savannah Hilton Head International Airport, arresting 52-year-old pilot David Alsop for...
Why he looked like one of the Teletubbies? Is it a Teletubby? Is that one of them Teletubbies? It gotta be. Yeah, it is that. That's the face of him.
allegedly driving under the influence, removing him from the plane after they say officers appeared to search the cockpit.
And when he thought he was flying Soul Plane.
They walked out with the pilot. My first comment to her was, he's drunk. His face was red. He looked like he'd been out or tired or just hadn't slept.
A source with knowledge of the situation tells NBC News
Winky.
a TSA officer believed he or she had smelled alcohol and informed police per their protocol.
When you walk through security, those people are trained to recognize any potential impairment. There's a lot of checks and balances.
Southwest Airlines says it's aware of the situation, apologizing for the disruption, writing the employee has been removed from duty and customers were accommodated on other flights. Under the FAA.
So now you're stretching out all the other pilots that are already flights are getting left behind or delayed and canceled and stuff like that. So you already have each industry is getting chipped off so heavily that the disruptions are trickling down into each other. This is the American crime that's going on right now. That is starting from the bottom up and it's starting from the bottom down. It's starting from side to side everywhere.
A so-called bottle to throttle rule. Pilots are supposed to wait at least 8 hours after their last drink before flying, or if they have a blood alcohol reading greater than 0.04.
I've never heard of that rule, but okay.
The incident comes as the DOT is also accusing Southwest of allegedly illegally operating multiple chronically delayed flights in 2022 that resulted in 180 flight disruptions. The DOT says the airline was responsible for more than 90% of the disruptions. In a statement, Southwest writes it's disappointed the department filed suit on flights from more than 2 years ago, adding last year Southwest led the industry by completing more than 99% of its flights without cancellation.
This is American crime and they still would take your money. That's just, sound like it's all around the world, same song. It's literally that. They are going in. This American crime is just so deep. This is just hilarious.
Senator from Northwest Georgia was arrested for trying to enter the chamber to hear the governor's speech. Colton Moore has been banned from entering the State House by Speaker John Burns because
he's been banned like TikTok. That's what I'm saying. Like you getting these banneries. You ain't gonna be able to. You lost your job. $400, $300, $200, $100,000 jobs. And then all of the brothers is all cops. I don't know who is this Uncle Ruckus over here. This boy is Uncle Ruckus if he ain't one. Right here in this corner right here. Them lips is poked out. Oh, you ain't supposed to be arresting them. Oh, you supposed to be, you need to get that brother over there.
because of comments he made about the
Look how he look. Oh, you got the wrong brother. Oh, no, brother. Oh, what you doing, brother?
late House Speaker David Ralston. Moore had threatened to attend today's session anyway, and as you can see, he was arrested as he tried to enter that chamber. His spokesperson tells Atlanta News First, and I quote, Senator Colton Moore has been arrested by the anti-Trump Speaker of the Georgia House. Colton is being held in the same Atlanta jail as President Trump. We are working to ensure his expedient release.
You can't speak up against people like that no more. That's what's happening right now. You can't speak up against people like that no more.
Video we have to show you a scary situation that thankfully ended with no one hurt. This happened in Manchester yesterday. Police found a 17-year-old who they say was armed with a rifle. He was reportedly making threats outside the school and said he wanted to commit suicide by cop. This is what the security camera caught at Verplank Elementary School. A teacher ushers students from the playground into the school to safety. Seconds later, the suspect can be seen here at the door hitting it with that rifle. Well, police got to the school, quickly took the teen into custody. Detectives say he was pointing a rifle-style airsoft gun at 29 children and 10 adults on school grounds. He faces over 100 criminal charges tonight, including dozens of individual counts of reckless endangerment.
Dozens and 10s and 29s, and these numbers is 100. Like he facing 100 charges. You about to be 800 years old in jail. Boy, they getting stretched. What are you doing at a kid's school anyway? Did he beat you that bad in Call of Duty? Did this 5-year-old beat your ass that bad in Call of Duty? And this is in a prominent location, Manchester, Connecticut. Come on now. They don't want to be having to deal with this. And see, this is embarrassing to their community like this, y'all. Come on now. They don't want to have to see this and have to deal with this. But they have to. And they got to get it on camera. The fact that they get it on camera, they telling on themselves. That's the whole thing about this. That's why I'm showing this. Because it's literally, what is this? Self-incrimination, dry snitching, literally at its finest.
An employee was arrested and charged this morning with attempted lewdness. Police tell us 44-year-old Dana Barshdorf was in a classroom with students and put his genitals in a container that students could see. We reached out to the DOE. They told us this alleged behavior is completely unacceptable. The employee has been reassigned pending investigation.
So how many teachers is going to be able to fill up these spots? How much the substitute teachers, and then the substitute teachers fighting with the kids because the substitute teacher ain't the real teacher, and the little kids is bagging on the substitute teacher, and the substitute teacher smacked the shit out of the kid, and then the substitute teacher lose a job too. So who's going to be the substitute for the substitute teacher who substitute the substitute teacher? I know that was a lot. But this is the tangled web that has been weaved. It is like the kids ain't got no. Oh man.
Information now on that child who was rescued from traffic on Parham Road after wandering away from the Richmond Montessori School. You may remember that happened on a Friday morning back in November.
Oh,
but
my
the
goodness.
Virginia Department of Education says
That's so
the
scary.
toddler's parents weren't told
oh my
about
goodness.
it until
Oh.
24 hours later.
And the cars is going by. That reminds me of the movie that used to scare me as a kid by Pet Cemetery. In the beginning of, I think it's the first scene, the little kid get hit by the diesel truck. Yeah, that right there was a scene that looked like that, and I ain't no parent yet, but I just know that these little things running around are little mini heart attacks.
Later, in a new report, it says 2 staff members at the school were in charge of supervising 7 toddlers, but did not realize one was missing. Last month, the school told us those 2 staff members were no longer employed there and that it was working to improve its safety protocols.
Didn't know. I didn't know your baby. I didn't know your baby was that smart, and he actually know how to open up the door and go and walk and go get a Starbucks coffee. I didn't know your baby was really 27. I didn't know your baby had that Benjamin Button. Your baby really got a driver's license? Dang. Your baby was at the bar last night? Dang, you got a Chucky baby. You got a grown ass 3-year-old. I'm tired of them giving me this Gerber baby. He was a grown man. He got tired of getting what is it, the Gerber baby peas, the crushed peas. It's like, this ain't even got no flavor. This ain't even got no flavor. I feel like I'm back in prison. They was using me as a pillow weight, the barbell. I'm tired of being everybody's footstool.
It's a daily frustration for people living in the Kalady Heights subdivision. Their concerns, students from Alexander High School parking in their neighborhood. For years, residents claim the issue has caused several disruptions, but now the city and school districts say they're working on a solution. Our Orlando Gonzalez speaks to both entities and concerned residents of the area. Orlando.
It's been a nightmare. They block our driveway. They block our mailboxes. They've knocked down our mailboxes.
For people living in Kalady Heights, it's become a battle they face every school day. Rows of cars parked on their streets coming from students who attend Alexander High School, often blocking mailboxes and leaving behind more than just tire marks.
We can't get our mail delivered to our own homes because of mailboxes are being blocked by the students who park here. It's a real inconvenience because we can't even park in our own parking spots because our driveways are often blocked by cars that don't belong to us.
Alicia Villarreal lives in the area and says teens often leave trash behind, especially on Fridays when they...
What did it say on her shirt, love? Amor. 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 So the fact that you got to sit here and deal with the kids, and the kids are being defiant and not compliant, now these people are having to be forced to deal with the parents. They don't want to have to deal with the parents. In fact, they got to deal with the parents, and the parents are making these people feel like shit, and like, why are you not allowing my kid to accommodate? And so they're like, hey, I shouldn't have to accommodate your damn kid, you know. So now you're having all of these wrestles and ruffles on all campuses, because a lot of these communities are getting affected right now, and there is pileup, there is backup. Yes, you are literally finding out that the dysfunction that is happening in all of these other communities, you're seeing that this is the breakdown of everything. There's no true systems in place. You don't have no crosswalk guard no more. You don't have no crosswalk guard no more. The parking lots is being used for other events to stage people that are homeless right now. It's bad out here, you know.
They are eager to go home for the weekend. She claims to have confronted some of them, but their response is less than welcoming.
Nada más que respetaran. I wish these kids could respect us and respect our parking spots by not blocking them and to keep our neighborhood clean.
Another neighbor of the area who spoke to KGNS but did not wish to appear on camera says in the past year she had to replace her mailbox after some of the students allegedly knocked it down.
I've had it knocked down 3 times. The mailbox alone is $379 at Amazon, and then another $125 to have it put up. So it gets pretty expensive.
The cars or trucks blocking her mailbox nearly led to missing an important package that contained medicine for her condition.
There's one instance where I needed my medication, and they usually leave the small box in the mailbox. I was expecting it that day. I was out of medication, and so I was scrambling to find it, and I was pretty scared, but eventually they found the truck.
He reminded me about one of the Alvin and the Chipmunks with that hairdo.
That had it, and the reason was it wasn't delivered because...
It reminds me of the guy from off of Fifth Element, the evil villain that had that plastic hair comb-over cap on his head.
The mailbox was blocked.
United
But it's
ISD
bad, though.
says they are working with the city to find possible solutions to fix the issue. The district has even spoken to developers around the area to remedy the problem.
We're looking at a number of different avenues to help alleviate this problem. One of the possibilities is, to add more parking in one of the areas, but we're
Either she really short or whoever she's looking at is super tall.
trying to look at all of that and all the different
Zorg.
options
Yep.
to allow students to
Zorg.
have more parking.
Representing the area is council member for District 6, Dr. Tyler King. He confirms receiving numerous calls and messages from people in the area expressing their frustration on the parking situation. At the moment, Laredo Police can only issue citations to cars parked in the subdivision that are blocking driveways. However, he says there may be a solution to this problem.
Been working with the city attorney to come up with an ordinance that can prohibit parking, blocking mailboxes, within a few feet of a mailbox, 6 feet roughly. LPD will have more power and more tools to use to be able to enforce with citations, $500 citations, but also with the...
Damn, so you're going to give a kid in high school a $500 citation instead of actually just building an actual parking structure. Build a parking lot. Instead of building wide, why don't you just build up? You're so used to doing it before. Then you're talking about, we're trying to work out ordinances. No, you're trying to find ways to actually penalize and tax people to incentivize it instead of privatizing the parking lot structure, or whether you put it as a state paid, a federally paid educational structure to be able to accommodate these places. This stuff is not that hard, y'all. This stuff is not that hard. And these people are making this stuff way much more difficult than it is, and you're doing it to yourself. That's what I'm showing you. You're just talking in circles, sir. You're not giving the exact solution because you're just throwing a solution out there because you don't want to piss people off, or you're just trying to that's the problem. And you see, that's what happened with Kamala. Kamala was trying to be cool with everybody and then ended up not being cool with nobody at the end of it. When you're looking at circumstances like that, take an even look at LA. We just went through the Palisade fires. Now traffic and parking in LA is done. It's gone. You better not move your car, because you're going to be sitting there driving around for hours trying to find a spot. And then when you finally find a spot and you park, somebody puts some lipstick on the damn edge of your car and you wind up in the red zone and get your car towed. That's how bad it is. And people are living in and out of the cars right now. The amount of RVs that are through LA is an epidemic. So yes, traffic you're talking about, that's everywhere now, because many people are having to be forced to actually live in their cars and go to work. And they didn't take a shower. So you got people who are at work who are living in these cars, selling you a cell phone, serving you burgers. You got celebrities that are getting knocked down all the way back down to Baltic Avenue. Because why? They were over in Park Place and Boardwalk, snubbing their nose down at the people down on Baltic, because they couldn't get it. They couldn't build their own skyscraper to match up to them. So all you're doing is just ha 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 ha. Oh, look. Yeah. So now that you're seeing all of the frustration happening in your own communities, y'all did it to yourself. Y'all did it to yourself. Instead of these kids walking or getting on a bike and actually working out, now every single one of y'all kids got cars. So yeah, y'all been doing this stuff to yourself for this long, and now everybody want to have a nice spritz about it now.
Tracy Gonzalez is charged with injury to a disabled person with serious bodily injury. According to court documents, she was granted custody of the victim and received disability payments for being her caretaker, but admitted to frequently hitting and beating the teen for not being able to use the bathroom or feed herself. The 16-year-old victim died in March and was covered in bruises and stab wounds and was malnourished and dehydrated. Gonzalez's bond was set at $200,000.
It's not over. This is what's going on. You're seeing a lot of these foster parents popping up, doing what they're doing now.
And Lamar High School is first on the list to implement weapons detection systems.
All this comes months after 2 Lamar students were arrested with guns on campus. Katira Winfrey live with details about this system and why the district Katira are concentrating on just high schools right now.
Well, Lynn, it boils down to that's where the district says they found those weapons. You mentioned Lamar, but back in September, there was a stabbing at Bel Air, and the superintendent says that this isn't a cure-all, but another layer of protection. There's a level of fear that's hard to shake when weapons turn up at area schools, and HISD in recent months has experienced it firsthand.
You already know that we had found weapons in Lamar, Northside, Bel Air, and so those are the schools we're starting with, especially Lamar. It's a big...
Man, he remind me of that actor, man. I think he was on, wasn't he on Breaking Bad? He remind me of that dude, though. I can't remember his name.
A really big school, several entrances.
Next week, Lamar High School is the first to roll out a weapons detection system.
And I bring this up is because you're seeing so many families get displaced. People having to move across country, people having to live with families, families they ain't reached out to, and they're having to start all over. So you got all of these kids that are coming and moving into locations where they could have been gang members. They could have been, they got to defend themselves. They're amongst whole new crowds of temperamental hyenas, teenage temperamental hyenas. You don't know what you're going to get in these schools now with these kids. They so extra fidgety and delicate and sensitive. Like, you got a lot of them who are paranoid, who have to be like, who have to protect themselves, who have to be like this. And I don't blame them. When you got the teachers trying to touch them, when you walking home, you got to worry about a gang trying to jump you. You got somebody trying to throw you in the back of a van. I'm not mad at my daughter if she's able to protect herself. I dare you to call me and tell me she can't to protect herself.
Superintendent Mike Miles says 7 twin weapon detectors will be placed inside the school, able to screen roughly 600 students in 30 minutes.
Now, I'm going to say again, this is not a cure-all, right? Weapon detection systems are, doesn't mean you won't have guns in the schools, but this is one more layer, and we're being prudent and having these weapon detection systems placed in our schools.
The systems will be used for students and campus visitors. Grant funding right now will cover the costs through the rest of this year and into the next. The district is looking at additional funding to expand the systems to include middle schools.
Single point of entry is what we try to do. Lamar is so big, we have to have a couple.
Miles says the rollout has slowed for practical purposes. School staff who will be manning the weapon detectors have been practicing how to use them and planning on dropping the entrances from 5 down to 2.
However, we also need, a police force there, our HISD police, to be there just in case something is found, and then they take over.
And again, the district says it will have to see if there is enough money to expand this system into middle schools. But again,
you're going to have to. Why not? If it's happening to 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds and stuff like that, yeah. What is the, you guys are creating these loopholes. It's oxymoronic. You look idiotic.
He's set to go on trial this summer for the quadruple murder.
Why she look like Alf? Why she look like Alf? Or Bruce Jenner in the beginning of the transition? Or she looked like a deer that had too much plastic surgery. I don't know.
Murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. And his lawyers are now claiming that prosecutors in their case missed a critical deadline to hand over a batch of discovery evidence that they plan to use against Kohberger in his murder case, right? If you remember back in Lori Vallow's case, the state handed over evidence 1 day late. 1 day late. They missed a deadline. And the judge was having none of it. He was not playing. He took death penalty off the table for Lori Vallow. Not for Chad Daybell, but missing a discovery deadline. They took death penalty off the table for Lori. So it looks like Kohberger wants to do the same thing, which is why I need to talk to Alexandra Kazarian, who's a senior trial attorney with the Garagos and Garagos. I don't know. There's a lot of differences between these two cases, but I'm going to leave it to you. You're the expert, Alexandria. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, there's huge differences. One difference that's not supposed to matter, but it does, come on, let's be real, is the fact that she's representing herself. No attorney would ever recommend that a defendant in any case represent themselves, much less a case where you're facing the death penalty. But when you do, and when you are really showing that you're making an effort, you're not just creating a circus, you're actually working on the cases, you're trying to learn, you're trying to be respectful, I think it does make a difference with the judge. That being said, I think the biggest difference is that she has not waived her constitutional right to a speedy trial. That's the biggest difference, because even though there's only 1 day in the Lori Vallow case, that 1 day is huge because she has not agreed to continue it at all. And when you're in that initial time frame, timing matters. And the evidence that she was asking for was in control of the prosecution before they even, some of it before they even brought the charges, but it's always been in their.
I mean, just look at how she walking with just so much confidence. Like she's just Billy badass. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the pride that's coming out of them. The pride cometh before the fall. Like they're walking and being like, I'm willing, I can defend myself. You know what I'm saying? Like this is happening more and more often. And then they getting 230 years. Like crazy numbers. They getting, man, they getting thrown out of the gym, y'all. That's why I'm showing this. This is what crime is looking like right now.
Their control and in their possession. So there is no excuse for them handing it over late. So when you haven't waived your constitutional right to a speedy trial, that's the biggest difference.
Yeah. You know, oftentimes people will do that strategically because they don't think that the prosecution has all their ducks in a row. So it's like, bring it on, baby. You know, I'm ready to fight this now because you're not going to, you know, you're going to leave some reasonable doubt for the jury. I doubt that that's what Lori Vallow's strategy is. It's been quite a while since Charles Vallow died, and they've been investigating it for a very, very long time. Plus they have the, plus they have that itty bitty.
She looks loony binish. She looked just like the lady on Misery. Don't she? What's that lady's name? That actor? Was it Patty? Something like that? No, that wasn't her name. It'll come to me. I know somebody know it. But she looked just like her. Like she gonna put a block between your ankles.
Bitty inconvenient detail that she's a triple murderer. You know, you can bring that in. By the way, you can bring that in. That is not one of those, you know, bad facts that you're not allowed to bring in, correct? Any prosecutor in Arizona is allowed to say, and by the way, she's already a triple murderer of her own kids.
Yeah, Kathy Bates, triple murderer. It's not the real Kathy Bates, but hey, she's a doppelganger of her.
Oh, absolutely. Anything she says, they're going to say, do you believe her? She's a murderer, not once, not twice, but 3 times. So yes, absolutely anything that comes out of her mouth,
Crazy.
whether now she's representing herself, whether it's as an attorney or whether it's as a defendant giving testimony about the case herself, every single thing that comes out of her mouth is now under the scrutiny of impeachment because of the prior convictions. And I mean, that's probably the biggest reason that you don't represent yourself
Super
once you've
lonely.
already been convicted of murder, but there's just so many reasons why it's a bad idea, appellate issues included.
Yeah, because you got to be on your feet. I've been doing this for such a long time, and I miss hearsay
Thank you.
all the time. And I always, you know, I'm.
Thank you. That was one I was looking for. I'm glad you brought that up from the Looney Tunes and Sesame Street. That's exactly what I was thinking about. I couldn't think of the dang name, but it was the eyebrows. It's the eyebrows that's getting me. It's the eyebrows that's giving it to me.
I'm always amazed when those very quick thinking lawyers can hear it and catch it, all the different kinds of exceptions to hearsay. There should be an entire law degree on just hearsay. It is not easy. It's not like the movies. It's, you got to be on, you know, on the ball and on your game. And I don't, she wasn't even competent to stand trial. So there's that. Question for you about the discovery, because I was so mad when I saw that happen in Idaho, and it sounded like it was almost like a communication gap. You know, the discovery came on the day of the deadline, if I remember correctly, and the wording was before this day, and that's why it ended up being late. So it was like such a minuscule difference that cost the people of Idaho the opportunity to impose the death penalty in the sentencing phase.
They have to now. They have to enforce it because they realize that the crime is happening on their side of the fence, and they don't like that. And they have to do whatever they have to do to be able to cover that up and eliminate it as best and as quick as possible. When you got these people going over and over, being delusional, this lady's a loony bin. She's that convinced that they let her, all right, go ahead and try yourself. Go ahead and try to defend yourself. That's what's going on right now. People are getting stretched.
In Edmonds, Washington, just north of Seattle, after a ferry worker was caught taking pictures in the women's bathroom. A ferry spokeswoman calls the act reprehensible, adding that the employee is not representative of their incredible workforce, they say, who safely moves customers daily to their destinations. The same spokeswoman said the employee has been removed from work and is on administrative leave until the investigation is over. The ferry service has said the age of the victim when this happened or if it's an isolated incident.
I can't believe people. It's like I don't do no weirdo stuff like that. Like, what are y'all doing? And you just can't talk to her like she's looking at you right there. You can't just say hi and she reject you. Okay, move on to the next. Be cool. You don't got to be doing this. Man, there's some weirdos out here, bro. I don't get it. There's some weirdos out here, boy. There's some weirdos out here, boy.
Darren Yancey addressed Tarrant County commissioners during public comment, demanding answers about his brother's in-custody jail death.
He was given life-saving techniques, and he died. Those are contradictory statements.
Grapevine police arrested Mason Yancey on December 23rd.
Sir, people die every day. It is what it is. You guys are supposed to work miracles. And we're in America. You did all of the tactics, and I'm going to write a letter. You were supposed to save my boy. Well, he got shot in the head, sir. Well, I need you to put some bubble gum on it. I don't put that American bubblicious.
Third on drug charges. He reportedly disclosed his medical history. On December 27th, the 31-year-old died in custody at the Tarrant County Jail following a medical emergency.
Fellas, stop doing that duck lip shit. That's just, yeah. He looked like a red hot chili pepper.
He was in a cell seeing two nurses when he collapsed. And life-saving stuff was taking place immediately, within the very few seconds.
Despite a limited update from Tarrant County Sheriff Bill Wayburn during Commissioner's Court, emotions ran high.
That's a good sight to see. You're seeing a lot more of the brothers and sisters up here on the table now instead of out there in the crowd. Especially the brothers and sisters that have been in the game for such a long time. It's like, yeah, they there. Yeah, they may be a blassel, but it's like, it's refreshing to just still see that. And seeing it a long time coming. You know what I'm saying? That even then, even if they up there and they still may not be living in the truth like we are, you know, still having a pinky toe and a crack in the door open. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how the conversation gets started. That's how the pendulum gets swung. You know, even at the end of the day, like still have to be able to get into the trenches. You still got to be able to move in a room full of vultures. You still got to be in the lion's den.
High with some protesters demanding accountability.
Remove him immediately.
Deputies detained 3 people.
You're telling me to relax?
During 3 different disturbances.
Who's the
Yeah, you're on camera now. You're a disturbance. Nobody's going to want to work with you. Hey, Bob, what was that? Bob, what were you doing out there? You just, we're just going to have to send you home. No, I know it didn't have anything to do with your work performance here, but you know, you're just toxic. We can't have you doing things on the camera, on the Instagram and TikTok, and you know, those things coming back to affect our business. Unfortunately, we have to let you go, Bob. We know you're an American citizen. We know. But Manuela over here is not tripping. So we're going to go with Manuela. You have a good day, Bob.
Commissioners also heard from Mason Yancey's friends, including his best friend, Stephen Vasquez, who says Mason called him from jail.
He was begging me to get him out of jail, saying that he needed to get.
Oh, man, they are grandstanding for each other. This macaroni penguin is trying to stand up for these people. They don't want to see their own go to jail. That's what's happening right now. They're doing their best right now to plead. But when they end up in the system, they're gone. These people can't do nothing no more. All that support and all of those white girl and white boy tears, that used to work. Now it don't.
I had been hoping that he was getting treatment in the jail.
Nobody deserves to die in a jail cell by themselves.
Say that for the hundreds of people, hundreds of brothers and sisters that went through all of that. All the parents that went and watched and got a blank statement. Just got a horrible, you know what I'm saying, report card on they relative, significant other being killed and detained. You know what I'm saying? So now to be able to see the pendulum is swinging, it's like, y'all gotta understand that this is deep. This is a time in history that is showcasing that on the other side of the fence. This is the stuff that is happening on the other side of the fence right now.
Without their family.
Shattered.
Without even being tried or sentenced yet.
So I want to see a close review of the protocols. And I was just told about the handbook that exists that they use to determine how to go about procedures in the jails. I think we need more scrutiny.
Sheriff Wayburn says now Yancey's death is under investigation as the 8th 2024 in custody Tarrant County jail death.
There needs to be outside investigation.
Just like others, Yancey's.
Yeah, looking stressed, exhausted. They don't want it. They have to deal with this tyrant. They got to deal with this tiresome. Like this is the tiresome stuff that our brothers and sisters had to go through to try to fight, and y'all was ignoring us. Y'all was just quiet as shit. Y'all would turn y'all face against us, man. And now that y'all are going through this agony, y'all are using all of the news and the media. We didn't have that opportunity to do none of this stuff. We just, like, y'all are trying to really keep this narrative fluffed and keep it from hitting concrete and nails. It's coming down. It's coming crashing down, y'all. It's literally crashing down. They got everybody involved in all of this. So almost there.
I'm Shauna Kalafi at the First Alert Update Desk. A body was found in a burning van in North Las Vegas this afternoon. Firefighters responded to a van on fire near Losee and Cheyenne around 2 p.m. And after putting out that fire, they found a body in the van. The name of the person found dead and their manner of death have not been released. North Las Vegas police are investigating.
Yeah, all of them vans and RVs and them things are blowing up. You know what I'm saying? People putting space heaters, getting a little the cigarette lighter. Those devices, then a lot of those are poorly built. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're dealing with a lot. You're dealing with a lot of people really going through it and just catching fire in the damn cars. Oh, this one ain't go. Hold up. This one's funny too. Hold up, I gotta pull that one up. But this is what it is. This is what it's gotten to. This is what it's gotten to. It's American crime, y'all. This is an American crime. This is an American crime right here. This was the catapult of the
dozens of female entertainers.
Keith Grant in the newsroom now to break down those details. Keith?
Rachel and Jacob, the lawsuit was filed last week against the strip club Pleasures and its operating company Mother's Finest. Now the lawsuit follows an investigation that found a number of wage violations at the club. That includes alleged unpaid wages, unauthorized deductions for tips, and more. The Department of Labor says that includes misclassifying dancers as independent contractors, which led to missing overtime and other benefits. The dancers also allegedly had to sign contracts that said they'd give back lost wages recovered through lawsuits or investigations. The Department of Labor is seeking back wages and liquidated damages for the 80 workers.
For the 80 workers. Where is all my titty tips? Where is all my titty tips? What is going on around here, y'all? To where we got folks that are legitimizing it. That's the way of the world that we get into right now. It's legitimizing
Using his car in a smash-and-grab burglary at a Spokane Valley strip club is once again in trouble with the law.
This time he is accused in a shooting. KREM 2's Shannon Mowdy explains his new charges.
Cesar Ruiz's trial for that 2023 burglary is set for February 2025, but just hours ago he was back in front of a judge for a new case, drive-by shooting. Ruiz was arrested in January 2023 after officers caught him breaking into Deja Vu strip club on Sprague. The sheriff's office said he used his Jeep to smash through the front door you can see right there, then tried to steal the ATM. He did manage to make off with a cash register, investigators said, which was then found in his front seat. He was released without bond in that case, but was arrested Monday after police say he and a group of men threatened to kill a man. Witnesses said Ruiz shot a gun while standing outside the victim's home on North Atlantic Street.
This conduct shows no regard for public safety or for prior court orders.
And we're fortunate that nobody got injured as a result of the firearm being discharged.
Prosecutors asked that bond be set at $75,000, calling Ruiz a risk to public safety, and a bond was set. The court commissioner set it for $25,000.
So I play this is because this is for the ladies. Many of the ladies are wonderful entrepreneurs, you know, and I always want to see women thrive and succeed and things like that. But you have a world of 7 deadly sins, and you have people who are envious of these particular type of people who are only lonely fans, strippers, and things of such. I bring this up because I just showed a video of a lady in Atlanta who was an OnlyFans patron, and she got robbed. You have a lot of these people who are walking around and who are looking at these type of particular women as licks now. So yes, when it comes to the strip clubs, it comes to the women that are walking on the streets, it's coming down to all of these different factors now. You just seen TikTok damn near shut down and people having a resort to having to get it how they live it. So yes, you got a lot of hostility out here. So to see people taking every chance and risk they can because they look at one opportunity and one idea. And so yes, women are getting attacked. Women are getting affected. And all them like, I don't need no man. I don't need no man. All right. I should have had a man. I should have had a man to protect me. He would have did nothing to me. Yeah. Because that man would have went upside his head real quick. So yes, women, go find you some penis or something. I'm just playing.
This purple tree has people who pass by purposely on pause.
I was wondering what this was about. I drive by it every day.
And it's all part of the plan by the parents of Nicole Marie Gray, heartbroken about her death.
I had a very happy heart to the outside world. Just some internal.
Like, what could be going wrong in their life that you got to be using fentanyl and getting toe up and stuff like that? Like, y'all had way too much access to these resources. That's how y'all was getting away with so much stuff. Y'all was getting away with all of this. Now this is affecting y'all. Y'all getting double for y'all trouble right now. Beautiful life wasted, gone before it even hits the peak. Y'all took our kids out when our kids didn't even we just trying to go to school. They're trying to go to class. They're trying to go home. These people just really voluntarily wanted to check out. Oh, because I got a test. Oh, I got to quit. Like, come on,
struggle on the inside.
Loves family. She loved taking pictures.
Nicole's picture next to the purple tree explains her life and death. It's a memorial dedicated to the 19-year-old who struggled with the pain of mental health, her family says.
And that's when she started numbing some of her pain through
y'all look like a happy family. What's going on? What is that bad to where she got a
addiction? And that addiction just evolved to Percocets and finally fentanyl.
As part of the memorial to raise awareness to addiction, her parents invite others to write messages on ornaments dedicated to their loved ones. There is sidewalk art. And since Nicole loved butterflies,
you see the butterflies, but if you look close, it's starting with the caterpillar.
And both parents have butterfly tattoos as part of Nicole's memory of holding a butterfly in this photo they shared. They also shared Nicole's photo for this Fort Worth billboard, sending a message about teenage.
22. I keep seeing it's 22. Literally. Double for your trouble. That's literally what it's showing me every time. Y'all getting double for y'all trouble. All praise to the Most High. This was a minute ago. I ain't even look at it until now. It's like, okay, wow.
It's fentanyl deaths.
22 kids aged 14 to 18 a week are dying of fentanyl poisoning.
This year, after reading the messages on ornaments left by others.
Thank you for being so kind when I felt so all alone, praying for your family.
Nicole's parents plan to put up the purple tree every year.
I was looking at that tree that had a face on it.
And although their daughter is gone,
she is still alive.
She lives on in their work to stop teenage.
You're not stopping it because peer pressure and the need to fit in. It's the need to fit in. Like what is that heavily going on to where she could have did
Nearly
that?
4 decades after a brutal assault, a Dallas woman is fighting to keep her attacker behind bars. Lavinia Masters' journey from a survivor to a champion of legal reform has inspired change and hope for countless others. And tomorrow she faces one of her toughest battles yet. Here's investigative reporter Tanya Iser.
Looking at the picture of her 13-year-old self brings it back.
I didn't realize I would get so emotional looking at her.
6 months before that photo, a man broke into Lavinia's West Dallas home and raped her at knife point. The year was 1985.
What's she thinking? Why me? That's what I didn't want to do. I'm sorry. She was in a lot of pain.
Lavinia will speak up for that young girl before the parole board. Her attacker is up for parole again. It's the first time that the board's asked her to testify.
My emotions are everywhere with this, honestly.
She worries this time convicted serial rapist Kevin Turner may get out.
I'm going to tell them every detail, from him coming into the window, from him putting the knife to my throat, from him spreading my legs apart, threatening me, saying if I scream, he was going to kill one of the children and my entire family.
Turner didn't go to prison in Lavinia's case. He's serving a life sentence in another case. Turner's been eligible for parole since 2004, but the parole boards denied it each time.
What happens after that? Exactly. Absolutely nothing.
Lavinia's rape kit sat on a shelf for more than 20 years before being tested. DNA testing linked Turner to Lavinia's rape. By then, he couldn't be prosecuted.
I need him to know that for so long, I gave you my power, but you never had it.
Lavinia's work led to passage in 2019 of a state law that set strict timelines for kits to be tested.
The Lavinia Masters Act, this is what happens when victims are empowered.
Photos say a lot.
I never thought I would go from her to her.
She's still fighting for that 13-year-old girl to make sure her attacker never walks free again. In Dallas, I'm Tanya Iser.
I gotta salute that sister, because that's what the power needs to be. Is that you got to get your power back. You got to get your shining back, and I'll go on that one right there, because it's very important that we understand that judgment is not in our hands. You have a lot of people who conduct themselves like that and have no remorse. And so to have the strength to be able to persevere and to be able to be a better person, I would love to be able to talk to that sister, because I know that she went through some stuff to be where she at now. So to be able to stand up and embrace it and to be able to showcase it, and just like her case, my case, and there was never a case, you know what I'm saying? But you're running into situations where these DNAs, these cold cases are starting to be brought up because of Skynet. AI is literally bringing this stuff back to life. So people who have participated in things like that have been swept under the rug, yeah, people are getting back questioned. Even after they're getting questioned, and they're getting questioned during times where they may be financially struggling. And money changes a lot of people's tones. So to be able to see these things rise to the occasion right now, we are witnessing the the closing of the doors of the American justice system on everybody who has participated in that game. That game is a heavy and deep one that was, I guess, written under the ruse of church, and kind of it was kind of spliced or cut, like cutting cocaine, like cut with the church and state. Now you got a product of church, but you cut it with the state, with a lot of the state, and try to justify, with the hidden false nobility behind your prosecutions and your executions amongst the people. And you got to understand, a lot of people are sick. Is that our job to be able to heal people and do all that? No, it's for the Most High to be able to do what he do. And we have to let things go and let things be as they are, because what is to come will be the judgment on all facets. However, we may think that we can control it. We can't control none of that stuff. So get your emotions in control. Get that in check, because that time will come. The people will, you know what I'm saying? Things like this come to pass. And I can respect and appreciate her that she stood on her morals and her integrity. Didn't get all wild and hostile about it. And she went through a revelation some way, somehow. She may not be all the way in the truth, but you got many brothers and sisters that are like that have gone through this damage. They sniff it in the air. They're like, I just don't know where the smell of the cookies is coming from. I see the truth, or I smell it, or whatever like that, but I just don't see it. It's a little bit off. It's a little hazy. So there are brothers and sisters that are like, that's why I show these things, because there are brothers and sisters that do need to be reached out to, who are doing the Lord's work. They just don't know how to, just like me, to be able to become a humble servant and stepping in my greatness now. It's like I smelled the cookies the whole time, but I just didn't know until I actually went down and was like, okay, I can't take this no more. And that's when the Most High showed me, hey, son, this is what I need you to be on. This is who you are. This is who you are going to be. Quit messing around. Quit playing with me. Now you're going to go through all of this, and it's going to be rough. It's going to be tough. It's going to be the worst thing you ever going to deal with. And that's just like in everybody's life. But when you come out on the end of that tunnel, my son, my daughter, you're going to be forged into the beautiful greatness that I had already made you to be out. So just hold on. So to see that the pendulum of this energy, this peace, and people not walking around looking over their shoulders and things like that, that man ain't finna get out. Just like a lot of these people that are getting locked up, a lot of these people are not finna get out. A lot of them are not. So you're putting yourself in a compromising position of trying to engage with any of this stuff in a negative way. If she wouldn't if she would have been operating in a negative way about that, then it would have been a different story. But her approach about it is how we should be approaching things. Being able to look that evil in the eye and be able to boomerang that back, that transfer. Peace is peaceful, and I want you brothers and sisters out there to be at peace. Be at peace however you need to get to it. It's yours. It ain't nobody else's. That pain, you don't need to hold on to that. Give that up to God. Truly, give that up to the Most High. Let him work it out. Let him sort it out. Let him deal with it. All of these other atrocities that are happening on every other facet, I speak on this because this is one thing that we don't address and don't discuss. Yeah, we could talk about the drugs and the gangs and all of the stuff in our community, but this is something that is a touchy topic that we just keep dancing around. That I know that it needs to be addressed in its highest of capacity right now. Yes, we see it. Yes, we see it from our enemies at a much more higher level. It's always been there. It's just being exposed now. We've always known about it, but we just chose not to address it the way that it should be addressed biblically. That's why I'm going through it and investigating and going through it biblically, to be able to receive the download spiritually, to be able to, all right, this is how the world has been operating, but this is how it should have been walking in thy word. So I can appreciate what we're seeing on this other side of the fence. And I just bring things like this to just put things in perspective of the humble beginnings of how far we've come. So don't beat yourself down about anything. If you get triggered, even with this, I don't get mad about this. I don't get triggered about any of this no more. Because I know that the Most High has brought me so far, and he's brought you so far as well. And I want you to be able to hold on to that and build on that and know that you are protected and you are covered. And he will take care of thy enemies. That's not up for you to be worried about. You need to be focused on doing the work, doing the Lord's work. And that's getting down in the dirt, getting down in the trenches, and doing the shadow work, working everything out that you need to work out before you step into some new panties. You got to take off them old dirty ass panties and go wipe your behind before you put on any new panties. So please, check your panties. Or your drawers. I'm just playing with y'all. But anyways, that's a good portion of a lot of American crime right now. You know, I know I got a couple of the brothers and sisters in here that want to chime in. Anybody could chime in. Y'all can pop up. I got through all that. Everything else I had on here was like the weather, because the weather is going crazy. Obviously, you have earthquakes going on, popping up everywhere. It's not stopping. You got tornadoes, you got landslides, you got the wind kicking back up. You got the alignment. Sister Renana, she's in here. She was going to speak on the Renana. She was going to speak on the alignment. The alignment is literally happening right now between 3 and 4 o'clock. So we can definitely bring that up. Yes. And that's why I read. That's why I read the Bible on my channel, so I hold myself accountable. You know what I'm saying? You know, somebody be like, hey, did you read the Bible today? Hey, I read the Bible and it's on my YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So that's the accountability, that it's like, okay, you need to hold yourself responsible, because people be lying about, oh, did you work out today? Oh, I worked out today. Oh, did you read your Bible? Oh, I read my Bible. No, I know I read my Bible because my Bible readings are 8:30 in the morning Pacific Standard Time. That's how I know that, okay, you need to be in routine. You need to keep that regimen going on. So yeah, we can bring that up and get Sister Renana the stage so she can be able to showcase on how all of this is popping up now with this alignment. Because this alignment is about to be it's about to literally change everything. As quiet as it is right now, it is something that we need to definitely address. We are getting in alignment while everything else is getting out of alignment, literally right now, y'all. Shalom, beloved sister. Are you there? Woo. Let me see if I can bring this up to. She must have went to sleep. But yeah, so it is, let me see. Let me make sure I got everything covered on here. Got so many videos. It's quiet now. It literally is. All of our brothers still getting caught up, you know. Oh, you was? No, I didn't see you. I can see and hear you now. I think your mic may be mute. It should be there. Let me see. Nah, you're not mute. You there. Yeah,
Hello.
yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Check, mic check, 1 2 1 2. Let me turn down my gain because I'm really hot. Okay, here we go. Hi everybody. So Your Bible reading this morning was absolutely eloquent, and I absolutely loved it. Thank you so much for reading the Bible for us. So now,
Thank you.
something that you just said that really stuck with me was what you read today in Deuteronomy 20, especially
Mm-hmm.
Deuteronomy 20, verse 16 through 18,
Mm.
where it said basically about the cities. Now, I could bring it up on my screen here if we
Yeah.
start to
Yes.
share the screen. Um, we can do,
Mm-hmm.
first I was going to, we can start to do this. Well, I was going to go to Joshua 24:15, but this is, okay, before we go into what you were talking about, we're going to go into Joshua 24:15. You were just saying about choosing, when we're dealing with this alignment, choose which way you want to go. And this is actually the verse that it made me think of. And if it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you this day whom ye shall serve, whether the gods your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites in
Mm.
whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Now, everybody knows this scripture, but this is actually the time that you really need to be doing this, right? So
Mhm.
this is literally the time. So now, but if we go to Deuteronomy, um, Deuteronomy 20. Will it go? I don't know if it'll go. Deuteronomy 20, verse 16. Let me go down here to verse 16. Sorry about that. But of the cities of these people which the Lord thy God doth give thee for an inheritance, thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth, but thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, that they teach you not to do after their abominations, which they have done unto their gods. Okay, so in our disobedience, which was why we got into the curse, we did not utterly destroy these people. They are still lingering about. They're the ones that we're looking at right now in the American crime, and they're doing all this crazy crime. And the Most High, like you said, is going to clean up our mess for us, because now everything is switching over, and we're going to literally see it switching over right now in the alignment. So let me change. How do I change my screen here? Let's share this. Ooh, let's go over here to this other side, and then view tab, ley lines. Can you see my Stellarium
Yeah.
here?
I,
I'm going to.
I can see it. I can see your screen.
Okay, so
Your screen share.
Stellarium here. Okay, so the Stellarium is here. You can see the planets, right? I wanted to make
No,
sure that we get
Stellarium is not
Pluto
up.
in the mix here.
Stellarium is not up. You
So
have to
share the
switch the screen. Yeah. Yeah, share that tab. There
Okay,
you
here we
go.
go. Here we go. So now this is the alignment. Now, mind you, this is coming from my location. If you go onto Stellarium yourself, you can get it from your exact location, but this is pretty much it. Like if you're in the United States and you're facing the south, this is what you're going to be seeing. Okay, if you're in and you're facing the east, as you can see, you're going to be seeing this. It's all the planets lining up, and I wanted to make sure that you see Pluto is right here in the sun. So this is the sun right here, big old ball, and this is Pluto hanging out inside of it right here. Okay, so Pluto is in the sun, and we know what's going down. Day one happened of
I think it froze up real quick. Hold up. Let's see. It just froze up real quick. just stop real quick. But no, nonetheless, we're gonna bring the screen back. But it has been a lot going on. And to see these alignments lining up and to see how much it is affecting the world around us, it's very important, y'all. It's very important because you are going to start seeing. I want to see what this harmonious chord is going to, what kind of chord it's going to play. That's going to make, people react or conduct themselves in the way that they may be conducting themselves. Will they be hearing even louder voices, you know what I'm saying, that are forcing people to be like, I did this crime. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are getting haunted right now. All of these places, all of the land that they may have been living on that has bloodshed on them, just like the trees. Just like she was just speaking about before it got cut off right now about the trees. The trees did not want to partake in the hangings of our people. You guys presented that hanging us from a tree was an abomination, that we were the abomination, that we were the curse of the land. Y'all will have ceremonies called picnics, grabbing random Black people and hanging them from a tree. And all of these people were acting like I wasn't a part of that, but your granddad and your grandmother was standing there while they was eating barbecue, drinking a beer, smoking a cigar, whatever the case may have been. These people partaked in that energy. Their eye gates, their ear gates, they can't escape that. It's all of that is recorded in the records. So that's why none of you guys are able to run away from this, regardless of how you may see it. Yes, your judgment may be a little bit more subtle than another person's, maybe because maybe one of your elders didn't participate fully, but did they succumb to it? Did they be able to build and be blessed from off of it? Yes. So because of that, the Most High is saying, hey, y'all owe back taxes. So I need all of this to be removed. So yes, you have to pay all of that debt back. So either you just go ahead and put all of your land, your house, your riches, your investments, and create like a Black pen pal and grab a Black person and be like, hey, I want to give you all of this for all of the atrocities that my people put you through. And that would be awesome if us as a people was able to create an app like that, a system where it's like, okay, you got these folks voluntarily offering all of what they got over. Don't mean that it's going to keep you out of the kingdom of heaven, but it's a great start. That's the guarantee, not guaranteed, is that regardless of how much ass kissing you may do, no matter how many of you guys start moving into the hood now and getting Aquanisha braids and white boys wearing do-rags, looking like Malibu's Most Wanted, no matter how much you try to perpetuate our culture, our energy, our style, our essence, stop. We don't want to hear you say nigga no more. No, that's what it's coming down to now. That these 5 years should have shown many that have actually been paying attention that, oh, things are not the same. The same as they was. This world is not the same as it was. You're seeing the pain. You're seeing the anguish. You're seeing the anger. You're seeing the tension. It's very evident. So I got a bunch of more tabs, but I'm going to get something to eat and I'm gonna get ready for study. And I'm gonna set up another great one because I got some great stuff for you guys. Like I said, need to finish up all my readings. Like I said, awesome news. The album's coming out on January 31st, the first day of the fast. It's been a long time coming, y'all. I was on the road working on this project. I was on the road working on this project, working 12-hour nights, working at nighttime. As soon as I get off of work, shower, but hopefully maybe get a nap. I got to do work meetings, still trying to mix and work on all of the beats and record all of the songs as well. Then having to check out of hotels. You got dogs barking. You got kids running up and down the street. You got the housekeeping knocking on the door while I'm recording and mess up my recordings. I'm exhausted. I got to get up and drive. I work 12 hours. I'm doing all of these things. And then I got to drive another 4, 5, 6, 8 hours. That was it was abrupt. But we made it happen. The Most High made all of that happen. He literally parted. He parted everything and made it happen. He parted everything and made it happen for us to be able to release this now for the nation. I'm so excited. I'm so happy and I'm proud of all of the brothers and sisters that are a part of this project and have contributed. It is going to be amazing that this is going to be able to manifest and be able to touch so many people around the world. This is the medicine that we needed. Yes. So once it drops, it's on a cracking, y'all. Thank you everybody that's tuned in from all over the platforms, from Twitter. My Twitter X got a little following up there. Y'all showing up. I ain't mad at y'all. Y'all showing up. I got people on live, on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Twitch, Kick. We're popping up on Rumble. So Rumble is another platform that will allow us to showcase the stuff that we did. Everything died midstream. Yeah, it did. Yeah, if you want to be able to showcase before we get out of here, and I got a couple more minutes to be able to show the alignment, because it showed, but then it just like blanked out. So it's like it showed a piece of it, but it was able to get so much done. Man, I thank everybody in the nation, man. It's just like we got so much stuff that is about to happen. Like after I finish the things that I'm doing with this, we'll be working on another album. Me and Brother Yehoshua will be going live Saturday nights. We're gonna be doing like the Most High Radio. So this weekend coming up, we're gonna be jamming out with the tunes, playing our music. We're gonna be making live beats. We're gonna be playing the album, obviously. It's gonna be doing interviews and just gonna have fun. We're creating our own thing now. That's what I love. This is what it is. This is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I don't know where it ended either, but it's more than welcome. Hold on, pop up. There you go. You there? Should be there. Yes. Oh, there it goes. Show on screen. That's weird. They just keep doing that. But this is gonna be exciting. We finished up the video for one of the songs. I still got one more song that we have to knock out. And this one is going to be super jam-packed. It's going to be a lot of work, y'all. So y'all going to have to bear with me. So this one's going to be a lot of work. We're going to be working. So in due time, everybody stay tuned for that. And we got an alignment that is heaven sent. Oh, what a wonderful time it is to be living right now. We are just so informed about so much information. Everything is clicking on all cylinders. Yes.
Okay, here we go.
There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, never mind.
Can hear you.
Stop.
Okay, it popped up. It's Jupiter, Uranus, Venus. It's just weird that I don't want to stay up now. I don't know why.
Okay, can you hear me now again? Okay, I'm back again.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you're here.
Okay,
You're good.
Okay.
It's the share screen that went away.
let's not share the audio. Let's do this. Let's do Edge tab. Okay. Okay. All right.
Who's that guy sounding in the back like somebody's drunk uncle?
You? That's you? That is
That's why I'm laughing. That's why I'm laughing.
you. Okay,
Sound like-
that is you.
Okay, no, do it again. My bad. No, do it again.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can see the screen. It's up now.
There we go. Okay, we go here to not the leaf. Okay, we getting Mercury. We got the sun, and then I looked up Pluto. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, Mercury's going down. Venus and Saturn have been dancing in the sky. Yes. Venus and Saturn have been dancing in the sky so much. It just this whole time, this whole rotation, they've been just dancing with each other. Mercury has been, on both sides, but Pluto has definitely been behind the sun, right around the sun. And then Neptune and Uranus have been, bouncing in between. Uranus has been close to Jupiter, and Mars has been behind Jupiter. So it's just a beautiful parade of planets in the sky that who would ever thought that we'd be seeing this and witnessing these things. So yeah. They do not want the sister to be able to showcase what she got going on. But that's what we're dealing with right now, is that we are being disrupted and messed with. And we ain't finna deal with that. We're not going to take it. No. It literally is crazy weather outside right now. Not over here. Not over here. There was an earthquake in Taiwan. There was an earthquake in, Washington, Seattle. So yeah, there was an earthquake out there. There was an earthquake right outside of Taipei. So it's been rocking and shaking everywhere. So it's still acting funny.
I don't know what's going on. I had my cakewalk on because I was working on my songs too. So I was like, I had to turn that off, and you can't do anything else if you're showing anything. Okay,
Yeah,
one more
it'll blow
time
up.
before it'll blow it. So one more time before we lose Mercury, because I'm trying to get try to show
Okay.
Mercury before we lose it. Bye bye. Mercury's over. Oh, you tab.
All right, there we go.
Bye, Mercury. It's leaving. Mercury.
Yeah, farewell. It's moving fast.
And then, it is. It's moving. It'll be in the sky totally if you're in the probably the southwest, maybe.
It should be in that region.
You still hear me? Yeah. And then Pluto is in here.
Breaking up every time you move.
Pluto is in the.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me stay in one place. Pluto is in the sun right now, and then we got Venus and Saturn over here in the stuff you were just saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Jupiter right here then we got Mars right here, who's coming up right now. If we take the landscape off, he's coming up on this side. So we're losing Mars and Mercury. This is the time frame. We're seeing everything right about this hour right here. These are your piano keys to see what time it is. And so we'll be seeing the rest of the guys up until about 8 or 9, and then you'll see these guys left, and then the sun will be gone, obviously. But then we'll see most of the guys here until 4 of these guys until about 8 or 9, and then yeah. So that's I feel like I'm Renani from reporting with the Star Report right now. I'm your star reporter. But
yes, you are.
On this side, Mercury on this side, Pluto hanging out inside the sun right here. But I don't want to take if Pluto's in here. Pluto's in here. We can look him up, but I don't feel like it. And then he's in there. He's hanging. And then so it's just wonderful. And scriptures, choose ye this day which one you're going to serve. Are you going to serve the power, you're going to serve inner lust? You going to serve your own drinking and acting fool? You going to serve your own your own emotions and your own carnality and your own craziness. This exact moment that we're seeing lined up right now on, you're going to be carrying that for a minute. Unless you either fix it till you got no more time, none. And so it's like, we're looking at everybody talking about the day one that's going on with Trump and all that stuff. But of the end, it's day one of the end. And so it doesn't matter what he's doing. Like he's lit away everything that I just got done saying in. All the he's literally signing everything. Biden said, "I'm pardoning all you." No, I'm not.
It's going in and out, sister.
You're not pardoning.
You're breaking up badly. They do not want the sister to be talking.
They do not want me talking. They do not want me sharing this. They don't want me sharing any of this anymore. So
now you sound better now.
Yeah, they don't want me sharing this anymore. I'm not going to share the screen anymore because you've seen it already. That's the alignment. It's happening literally right now at this moment. So Donald Trump is literally overturning everything Biden just signed in. So every pardon that got pardoned is unpardoned now. You know what I'm saying? So all of his family going, okay, whatever. No, you're back in trouble, right? And then all these things are happening all these times. You just showcased beautifully all the American crime that's going on. And then what you read earlier this morning on Deuteronomy 20, verse 16 through 18. I don't know if you saw that part with the scriptures. Of course, I think you did. But, so that part, we as a people, if you're Hebrew, if you're part of this truth, you know that we were supposed to do certain things that we did not do. Therefore, we got into the curse, right? So we got the curse. Now the 400 years are over, 1619, 2019, the 400 years are over. We're out of that. No more Jacob's trouble, all that stuff, be at peace. We know this. So now it's like the Most High is saying, okay, I'll clean up this mess right now. Choose right now what you're going to do with your mind. You're going to get your mind right. You're going to start acting. You're going to start serving. And when I say serving, I mean living your life for the way that the Most High wants you to live your life, which is at your best, thinking your clearest, making your best decisions, living your best life the best way that you can, not going around in these people's abominations and trying to, be fluffies and furries like all these people and acting all crazy and you know what I'm saying? Just Get it together. Just get it together. Because whatever is happening right now, this is literally the time where the trash is being taken out and you bringing in the new furniture. You know what I'm saying? That's literally what this time is. We're switching over right now, today.
It's
This
interesting you
moment.
say that because it showcased even with that one video about the trash pile up. Look how much trash that they didn't come like piled up, like junk and like non-nutritional food, all that pizza boxes and stuff. It's like that is
Mhm.
a precursor for how much they have accumulated as far as in junk.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just junk. And so it's going to be tossed out. We're going to have a wonderful, like I said, if we're going to be going on this fast, you better get you a popcorn scented candle or something like that. Because if you can't get the popcorn, you better get the popcorn scented candle. But we're going to have to, we're going to just be watching this. Get your mind right. I know me personally, I'm preparing for this fast. I'm doing the chicken and rice and broccoli today. This is going to be a nice little diet food and get myself used to not eating a whole lot of food right now, getting my body acclimated back into the focusing, not the slowing down, the focusing of the energy into what it needs to be focused into. Get back to my working out, get back to my swimming, get back to my breathing exercises, get back to my stretching and yoga, get back to my, you know what I'm saying? So get it together because we are the ones now. We're going to be shining and looking good. You either can make the choice to look good, feel good, shine good, because we're the kings and queens now. We're going to be getting it. Accept it, and that's what you need to do. And I was going to show ley lines, but I'm afraid to do it now because this thing going to cut me off again. So
No,
whatever.
you good.
I'm not going to do
We'll bring it up.
We'll do
We'll bring
that.
it up tomorrow. Yes. So
But if you don't mind me doing so, I'd like to lift up a prayer for the nation if you don't mind me doing so.
yes, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I am a prayer warrior. I kind of born to do this, so I love praying for the family. Abba Father, Ahaya, Asher Ahaya Ba Hashem Yeshaya, Wa Ruach HaKadosh, Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. First, last, Father and Creator of all things, Most High King and all of all things, may the King reign forever. You are our one and only true Elohim. You're top of all things. We place you before all, and we seek to live according to your will and your grace. Thank you so much for all you have done for us, and thank you for lifting us up out of the curse and bringing us into our rightful place as the leaders on this world. We look forward to all that you are going to bestow upon us as far as this blessing, and we thank you so much for the lessons that we've learned when we were in our exile. Thank you so much for all you're going to do in this world, and thank you for keeping and protecting our family in all things. You are wonderful, and we lift you up forever in all that we do. Help us to learn, grow, gain knowledge, and gain strength as we go along on this path. And if our brothers and sisters have any issues with their minds, hearts, bodies, and souls, Abba Father, I lift it up to you to heal them, save them, teach them, grow them, do whatever you need to do. You see and you know everything that everybody has going on in their life. And I know you are a wonderful Father, and you will keep and protect your children. And I pray this in the name of your wonderful Son, Yahushua HaMashiach, whom the world calls Jesus. And we do not follow anything that goes on with any of these wicked ones who have perverted your name. We lift you up fully. And to all the angels who are protecting us and all the angels on the light and dark side, we thank you for all that you do. We thank you for obeying the Most High Father and for keeping us and protecting us. And we thank you for new knowledge as it comes in and out. And we thank you so much. In the name of your Son, Amen. So be it.
Amen. So be it. That's prayer. That's prayer. That's prayer.
Okay. Yes, yes. And then the church say amen. Okay. Yeah. So, brother, I just wanted to share that with you that this is the literal time of the alignment. I'll go ahead and let you go here because I'm over here.
Yes.
I'm mucking up the works here with my crazy technical difficulties. That feels good. That was a good prayer.
Oatmeal, that felt like good prayer. That felt like some good baby oil on me. No Diddy. It just felt like some.
Oh, good Lord. Oh my God. No Diddy. There's no Diddy oil. This is blessed oil, honey. This is no Diddy oil. This is blessed oil. It's like you got that olive oil. You got that extra virgin. Got that just sitting over here, that extra virgin.
100%.
That avocado. We got that. No, yes. And so this album is going to be coming out, and I cannot wait. And I hope everybody likes it. I hope everybody likes it.
It's going to be amazing because I know so many people, and a lot of people ain't heard from me in a minute. The moment that I even drop this out and tell people and all this stuff, it's going to be crazy because I know too many people and they ain't heard from me. And it's like, yo, this is what I've been on this whole time. Like, remember when you didn't sign me? Remember when that's like, I'm not even worried about that. It's like, I'm so excited about getting this to the people who really need to hear these songs. A
lot of people know. A lot of people don't know me by my Hebrew name. This is my Hebrew name. You know what I'm saying? They know me by my stage name from back in the past, but they'll know my voice when they hear my voice. And they'll be like, wait a second, I've heard you. No. But they will. But they will know my voice when they hear my voice. And they'll be like, oh my God, I thought she died. I thought she was in a car accident. Didn't she die? You told me she died. Nope. I am not dead. I am sitting right here, and I have got the power right now. Thank you, Darlene. So I cannot wait for this to come out because I hope it heals the nation. I hope it helps the nation. I'll go ahead and give you the floor, though, bro.
In 10 days, we're counting down. 10 days.
Yeah.
Shalom, brother, sister.
Shalom.
Thank you for that.
Shalom.
You gonna have to we're gonna have you on rewind with that because that just feels too good for the nation. The nation
I'll do more later. We can do more later. We can pray tomorrow too. Okay,
yes,
I love
we
to
can.
pray. Okay, see.
All right.
Yes, we can. Love you.
Love you too. Shalom. Yes, that felt good. That felt like a warm cappuccino in the snow of France. Yes. But no, thank you everybody that tuned in, tapped in and stuff like that. We're gonna get on out of here. I got more to bring y'all. Promise y'all. I'm so excited, y'all. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm keeping it contained. I'm just a big old kid in Willy Wonka and Disneyland, and yeah. Because it's been a long time coming, like I said. The coordination and the logistics to put this project together, we were all in different parts of the country. And to still bring it together as we did. And it's a very beautiful, cohesive project that brought the brothers and sisters together to be able to put together something for the nation, especially during the fast right now. Especially during the fast. That's going to get you through your fast. It's going to get you through your fast. It's going to get you through every one of your days. So I am encouraged. And thank you guys for tapping in and tuning in. The next one is probably going to be like the news. We're going to have everything covered. We're going to have a lot more stuff covered because there's so many stories that I didn't even get to. Just even with the articles that I read earlier about the manipulative man and stuff like that. These are things that these are traits that even myself or all of us, we have to combat and work through and battle with that. Okay, damn, I may have did this, I may have did that. And so we're de-cleaning ourselves out of all of these traumas and triggers and troubles that we have fallen into. So if I can be able to keep those, those particular type of Jerry Springer final thoughts, in the front of the program, to be able to showcase like, hey, we are works in progress, and we're just gonna keep working, y'all. We're going to keep working as we're working now. So shalom, beloveds. We're going to be able to take this even higher than what it is. So thank you.